Leading us to praise. We now want to call Bwana Elijah to come and lead us by a word of prayer for the start. Thank you.
Let's believe and pray. Heavenly Father, we come before thy presence for giving us yet another new day. Thank you for giving us the breath of life. You've been together with us throughout the night, and you have taken care of each one of us. You've brought us safely for this second day of this conference. Lord, we have every reason to say thank you. We want to commit the activities of this day unto thy able hands. As we begin, we pray for your presence to be together with us. We pray for your guidance, Lord. We pray for all the keynote speakers. We pray for all the guests. We pray for every participant. We pray for all the stakeholders in this conference, Lord. May you guide us. May you be together with us throughout the day. May you take care of each one of us. May you give us good health. May you give us the insight required. May you give us knowledge as we continue sharing knowledge in this conference. Lord, we invite your presence to be together with us. Guide us, be with us throughout the day. In Jesus' name we pray and believe.
Thank you. We may have our seats. Thank you. Bwana Erija. Erija is our HOD research, who is under the coordinator, Madam Pauline. This day, we start by having a brief or a recap of what we went through yesterday. We are about 15 minutes late, so we shall ask our rapporteur just to have 10 minutes to make the recap for yesterday's proceedings. Please, Madam Masharia, welcome.
Our honorable guests and all protocols observed, good morning. I'll very briefly go through what transpired during our first day of this conference. Our theme is bringing forth the role of science, technology, and innovation in resilient and sustainable economy. In the morning session, the plenary session, we had various speakers, and we had the opening remarks from various speakers emphasized on the importance of research and innovations as a way of helping the country to spring forth away from the effects of COVID-19 and the current economic quagmire. The following were the general observation from the keynote speakers. The guest speaker from Tom Murati, Direct TVET, we learned that research should be a culture and not an event. Innovations from research should be commercialized. Innovations should be creative enough to generate income. From Dr. Kiprui, who was represented by Dr. Owasso, we learned that on the role of TVET in industrialization, TVET is critical in addressing knowledge and skills challenges to meet SDGs. Initiatives for promoting skill acquisition. For example, trainees should undergo mandatory industrial attachment for exposure in the industry, and there were other initiatives. Then TVET as a driver to industrialization, also by Dr. Owasso, we learned that trainers should be skilled enough in order to impart the required skills to the learners. TVET institutions should offer market-driven courses. There is need for TVET institutions to work closely with the industry in order to provide what is required. Then in the afternoon, we had reports from various breakout rooms on the sub-theme, integration of ICT in TVET education and training. The following remarks, the following findings were noted. There is low student attendance due to high internet costs and network challenges. Practical courses that mostly require physical classes are disadvantaged. On the sub-theme, green economy, agriculture, food security, and environmental sustainability, the following observations were drawn. Crops need to be matched with the salaries that have the highest amount of elements that are required for the development of the parts of the plant, which is of nutritional value to humans, and that there is need for regulations appertaining the continued use of biogas salaries as biofertilizers, similar to those formulated for inorganic fertilizers. Bequests from agricultural wastes are the future sustainable source of energy. Trapezoidal channel is ideal in a drainage system for maximum discharge, collection, and transportation of water. Low milk in the groceries is not properly treated. The other point, the electrochemical degradation technique is recommended just in urban areas should be oxidized to minimal levels through electrolysis before being released for use. Mentorship has a big impact on youth participation in agribusiness. On the sub-theme, cross-cutting issues, the following were the general observation. More innovative and economic methods of waste water management need to be devised and implemented. There still exists a huge gender disparity among students pursuing STEM courses in Tibet institutions, despite various interventions like WITED. And the last point, the current CDAC courses, teaching and assessment tools need to be reviewed in terms of bulky manual records required to make them more efficient. Thank you.
Let's clap for our rapporteur. Thank you, thank you. Today is a day that we are going to have a number of keynote addresses. But before that, I wish to call our chief principal to introduce the guests maybe who are with him this morning. Please, Honorable Principal, sir.
The chair, governing council, the other members of the council, our keynote speakers. You can see Prof is there, Professor Kwanya, my colleague principals who are present, other distinguished guests and participants. I can see Siekan is represented there by Sarah. And those other participants who are with us, good morning. Good morning once again. I don't know whether to introduce, because we were with the governing council yesterday, so I may not necessarily need, but we have new participants. Chair, probably you can just stand up and wave at them. But it's unfair when you don't just say hi. Just come and you have new members who were not with us yesterday. So just tell them.
This is a great event that we are having now in Nyandarua National Polytechnic, the scientific conference. As we know and we discussed yesterday, it is a time to showcase your work as a researcher so that others can see what you're doing. We know in research, it's all about asking the right question and getting the right answers. And when we do that, we improve the way we live. We improve society, we improve the community, and we ultimately improve the economy of the country. So we are here to celebrate the researchers and listen to you and see what you are planning for the future of our lives to improve our lives. So welcome all of you, and I hope you will learn something through the day today. There are very many presentations, and I'm hoping you will all pick something because we learn something new every day. And I'm sure you'll learn something from attending the presentations. So welcome, and God bless you.
Thank you, Chair. That is good enough. Council members, just stand and wave at the participants. Wakili. Thank you. Keynote speakers, Prof, just we could just say hi. Another keynote speaker with us. Second representatives around, just stand up and wave. I know they will have their slots to address the participants, so they don't need to speak now. Principals, those who are with us today, you can just wave. I'm sure others are joining us. Those our guests who joined us this morning, maybe you can see by a show of hands, those who joined us this morning who are not with us yesterday. Good. Just stand up and wave at us. Wow, that is good. So I want to welcome all of you to our second day of our conference. I want to believe you had a restful night. This place is quite cold, but this time it's a bit warm, so I'm sure it was friendly. So welcome to our second day. As the chair said, we continue sharing experiences, we continue sharing knowledge, and I'm sure by the end of the day, we'll have added value to ourselves. Yesterday, I attended the breakout sessions, a few of them, and I noticed the serious engagements that were there. Even the plenary here, I think it's only that we were limited of time. People really wanted to engage, and I think that's what we are looking at, that curiosity, that zeal to learn more. So I want to wish you well. I'm sure today is also going to be a fruitful day, full of engagement, and I'm sure by the end of it all, we'll have achieved the day's objectives. So karibuni sana, and let's have fruitful discussions. Asante. Daktari.
Thank you. Thank you, our Chief Principal. Thank you for that introduction. Without much ado, we want to start with the first keynote address. This morning, before we go for a tea break, we expect to have 3 keynote addresses. One of our presenters present, the others, I'm just informed, is taking some and join us. I wish now with this morning, our presenter, our keynote addresser is none other but the Director of School of Information and Social Studies at the Technical University of Kenya. He is a PhD holder in Information Studies of the University of KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa, a Masters of Arts of Communication Studies, University of Nairobi. I'm sorry for that, Professor. University of Nairobi. He is the director of the School of Information and Social Studies at the University of Kenya. He also served as the chairperson, Department of Information and Knowledge Management. His research publication portfolio includes 43 articles in peer-reviewed journals, 2 monographs, 3 edited books, 29 book chapters, and 65 conference papers. In addition, he has delivered 8 keynote addresses in international conferences. His research interests include bibliometric, infometrics, webometrics, and scientometrics, knowledge sharing and diffusion. Welcome, Atupa. Welcome, Atupa, Madam Fatou. Madam Porine, keynote addressers are seated the other side where Professor Kwenya is. He has published on emerging technology and social informatics issues. Prior to joining the Technical University of Kenya full-time, he has worked in industry for 17 years in diverse roles, through which he gathered experience as a webmaster, knowledge management specialist, eco-communications manager, and communications technical. Apologies. Thank you. He has also worked as a consultant and expatriate on the public information management for World Bank. He has a membership with several professional associations, including the International Council of Knowledge Management, ICKM, Knowledge Management Professional Society, KM-Pro, Computer Society of Kenya, CSK, and the Kenya Library Association, KLA, among others. Professor Tom Joseph Boyakwanya currently is the Director, School of Information and Social Studies at the Technical University of Kenya. He is a man of wealth, knowledge, and rich all around. Please let's just have a clap of applause as he comes to the dais. Please let's clap for him. Welcome, Professor. We believe we are going to gain a lot from you. Thank you.
To the Chair of Council, members of Council present, the Chief Principal, and I almost say the University Management. It better be a university, a Polytechnic University, the management of the Polytechnic, the principals present, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I've had a snippet of and also knowing that in the polytechnics we focus more on the hands-on time to science, and holding this kind of conferences and being the inaugural conference of this particular polytechnic, I'd like to commend the leadership of this institution for making this possible. It's very important that we are able to talk technology, and we are also able to link it to science. When the two go together, then we are able to, make a difference in this generation. My address this morning is combining two aspects. I'll talk about the global village and also look at the integration of ICTs. Talk to all elements of those two particular themes. And I'd like words globalization. And the world has become flat. I know in physics we are told that the world is round. But we learned this morning through this discussion that the world is flat. How do we use TVET to be able to position ourselves appropriately in that flat world? The other element of the presentation is about self-preservation. Now, as scholars, as students, as leaders of polytechnics and technical institutions, how do we preserve our institutions? How do we preserve our graduates so that they are able to participate, not as standers-by, in this flat world? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the presentation. So that's the outline. So the world is flat. We'll find out what kind of flat, what kind of this world is this? And then look at what has flattened the world. The emerging universe that is flattened and facilitated by information, what I'm calling the infoverse. And thereafter, talk about the global village and the place of TVET in the global village as we know it. And then how to self-preserve through TVET, both as scholars, as leaders, and also as students. And thereafter, looked at how to position TVET education in the global world and make certain suggestions in terms of what I'm calling the next steps. Now, that is the flat world. We know from space science, we know from physics and geography that the world is round. In fact, I think it's Galileo Galilei who was actually killed, if I'm not wrong. Please excuse me if I am, for claiming that the world was round. Initially, the church said that the world was flat. And Galilei said the world is actually round, and that was considered a blasphemy. And because of that, he faced the consequences, paying with the ultimate price. But today we want to see the world as flat because technology has made it flat. And when we're talking about the world as being flat, or the earth as being flat, what are we saying? We are saying that, and I'm sure we already experienced it. This morning, a lot of things have happened in terms of technology and communication. I am sure many of you have received thousands. A total of us, we have seen a lot of a lot of messages coming, and a lot of communication and interaction through the media that we have. And we are able to do a lot of things regardless of where we are. In terms of education, in terms of scholarship, in terms of everything, we are able to do a lot of things. Last night I was here, I was able to conduct my classes at the university. But I was here. Many of us can be here but still be able to transact businesses all over the world at the click of a button. Very fast. In fact, we are saying that technology is trying to make it possible to overcome the speed of light. That is what they are heading towards. That we want to be able to communicate and interact as if we are neighbors, as if we are sitting next to each other. So technology has facilitated, it's becoming seamless. And each and every one of us is getting connected and interconnected. We talk about Internet of Things as an emerging trend. And it's saying that every living thing, a non-living thing under the sun will have an IP address and be able to compute and be able to be surfed and browsed and communicate in the world. Whether that is, the ethical issues, privacy issues, and all those, but technically possible that every living and non-living thing being able to connect. So your doormat, your car, and the carpet that you're walking on, and every other thing that is under. And so we are able to talk about people getting connected to each other and connecting to data. And yesterday we talked about big data. And big data talking about, volume. The volume of data has increased. The velocity and structured and being able to share to increase the value that we're able to get from our communication. And so competition is not just local, but also international. And therefore, as we operate again in Nyandarua, we are global citizens. And it means therefore that the skills that we develop, our competition and our competitors are not the next Polytechnic. They are not the next graduates for the next Polytechnic or wherever in the Republic of Kenya, but globally. And so technology is enabling that and connecting each one of us. So it says that in the 1 minute, several messages have been shared, and several videos uploaded on YouTube, loads of SMSs that have been shared, loads of WhatsApp messages that have been shared, and that is the norm. In 60 seconds, a lot of things that were not able to be done in the previous part done. And because of that, big data reigns. There's just so much data. I don't know about you, but I feel overwhelmed. We called down there in the second last bullet. We are facing infobesity. We talk about obesity, out of food and all. But in this generation, we are having and consuming so much information that we are actually obese. I remember when I got my first email address in the mid-90s, and emails would come. You'd get one email in 2 weeks. We would read those emails. I remember reading emails and reading them and rereading and printing. I don't know how many of us are able to do that today. There are so many emails that you receive. And I'm talking about emails, and that's just one channel of communication. We are talking about WhatsApp now and other social media platforms that are there. You are overwhelmed. In WhatsApp, for instance, I'm sure you are members of various groups, and every morning you receive a lot of information. That it becomes sometimes impossible to be able to attend to them. And now that's what we're calling infobesity. We are overwhelmed, and that actually has consequences, a lot of consequences, because we have become people who can hardly read. I don't know how many of us go to a library or even read any books at all. We are used to reading short messages. Very short. So again, there's a problem, what we call economics of attention, that as the volume of information increases, attention decreases. And what does that do to our minds? We are becoming, we are not the best that we can be, because we are not exercising our minds. We are used to short messages. And in fact, in real life, we are living on the fast life, eating fast food, seeking instant gratification with least efforts. And that brings a lot of things, and Benedict in the house can tell you that we are facing a lot of diseases, for instance, lifestyle diseases, some of which are emanating out of this. But that I digress. The issue I was emphasizing is infobesity. There's so much that is happening around, and people seeking to contribute as much as they consume. We talk about social media, read-write media, where you are able to contribute as consume, and that is what is called consumption. So we are, in fact, meeting the situation and clogging bandwidth and the cyberspace, but still, just keeping us engaged and looking at our phones and looking at our computers. And of course, it also comes with challenges that we lately hear of this information. We talk about fake news, because there's a lot. Our ears are itching for information, and because of that, actually trying to address that by bridging the gap with information which is not real and which is not true. And virtual reality is real. Virtual reality, we are talking about the fourth industrial revolution, which is, bringing together technology, particularly artificial intelligence, with human beings. Robotics, for instance, where we are saying now we have, humanoids, robots, not the ones that we are used to in mechanical engineering, big machines, ugly ones. We have very good-looking robots, very close to human beings, to the extent that sometimes, and we're talking about natural learning and natural language. Robots that have feelings, can express affection, can be able to make decisions as human beings do. Instructions from a robot, Yeah, but those are the issues, and of course we're also asking, can a robot then be compensated? Yeah, when a robot works very well, or is able to innovate, can they get compensated? Can they get rights, intellectual property rights over their innovations? Very, very, very strange issues, but real. Yeah, it's just a matter of time in developing economies like ours that we'll get some of these. So very important, virtual reality is here with us. At the same time, perpetual beta. That is to say that everything is is work in progress. There's nothing which is complete. Everything is work in progress, because everyone is contributing to those technologies as they grow. And of course, instant gratification. We are used to instant tea, instant coffee, yeah, fast foods, yeah. And in Nairobi now, I see a lot of supermarkets have food, so you walk in and go out with your matumbo and ugali and every other thing, and people hardly cook in their homes because they don't have the time. Yeah, they feel pressured. We feel obligated to be connected. I'm sure some of you wake up at night just to check the newest message that you may have received overnight. Yeah, sometimes I'm as old as I am, and I sometimes find myself driving. When the traffic slows a little, I check my phone. Yeah, if there's, because I fear being left out. The fear of being left out. Yeah, self-service. And as I talk about this, it means that the kind of skills that we are supposed to develop or acquire as individuals must be able to help us to manage, yeah, or cope with this. It means that our curricula, and I will address this later in the presentation, should be able to reflect these realities. That the students that we are now training are people who will seek to facilitate self-service. Yeah, facilitate self-service. So if it is, say, mechanical engineering, for instance, yeah, is there a level or an extent to which maybe if it's automotive, for instance, where the owners of vehicles are able to do certain things by themselves, so that you are left, doing more serious things, yeah, basic things, checking oil and other things, as coming over from the off the top of my head, yeah. But self-service is going to happen, so we must be able to build skills that go beyond just the doing, yeah, but empowering, facilitating, so that we can get services, consumer participation, network pathways, and finally we are facing techno stress. Yeah, I don't know what about you, but I see people who buy phones every so often, and they do that not because they require a new phone, but because there's a new phone on the market, or because someone else has a new phone, and so they just keep picking. They are lasting after technology, and you see that a lot in either in private life and also in even in organizations. Now, the village that I'm talking about, and I've talked about it, and I could skip most of this, but basically saying that technology, exemplified by the internet, the global network of networks that is connecting every part of the world, yeah, and it is distributed, well distributed, to the extent that it cannot be monopolized. It cannot be, it cannot be monopolized. It cannot be attacked to the extent that it goes off completely. Yeah, the internet facilitating a connection of the entire universe into one flat world. Flat meaning that it is very close. Yeah, the person who is close to you physically, yeah, may not necessarily be close to you in terms of your interactions and your business. Yeah, the closest individual that you may have could be someone far off. Yeah, but technology has made this possible. Whether they are your clients, whether they are your collaborators. Yeah, and we're looking at situations where you no longer just think about yourself. Even locally here, if you are saying a producer, you're a producer of, say, some goods. you must not just think about yourself. You must think of the ecosystem that supports that. The people providing the raw materials, the people going to buy it, and the people transporting it. You know, the banks that is going to pay or facilitate payment. Yeah, that kind of thing. And therefore, the world has become flat. Technology has made it possible, and therefore, we are part and parcel of that global world and that global. And that is a graphical representation of that. All the parts of the world interconnected. Yeah, it is much more dense than what I'm reflecting there. But technology making it possible. So when you wake up in Kenya, yeah, you are able to communicate and interact with people out there. There's yesterday we were talking about platform workers, people who are working on the providing working through platforms, applications, apps. We have things like Upwork and others, where you are here but supporting people in India, or writing papers, academic papers for people in the UK and the US. Yeah, that kind of thing. So we are all connected together and being able to offer services worldwide. The global village facilitates closer togetherness, sharing, interconnectedness and all, and it exemplifies globalization, as it were. Of course, there are negative parts of globalization, part of which could be elements of exploitation, yeah? But it also opens opportunities for us, yeah? Gig work, which I was trying to explain earlier, yeah, is a mechanism through which people here in Kenya locally are able to offer services. And a large number of youths, particularly those who have special skills, are able to give services to people out there. Yeah, it was not possible before, but now it is possible. And because of the payments, which are all paperless and cashless, yeah, it's possible that you're working, you know, several jobs at the same time, but small pieces of them, and you know, getting a foreign currency out of them. Yeah, we are able to trade, we are able to exchange culture, we are able to, you know, get employment through gig work and all, and also benchmarking. But apart from that, there are also issues of cutthroat competition and maybe elements of exploitation that we need also to take care of. Now, more closer home. How does TVET come in the global village and the global world? The world which is flat, with competition, with, you know, fast-moving goods, fast-moving technologies, fast-moving everything. How does TVET come? As of yesterday and the presentations that we have already received, TVET is a means of building skills which are practical, skills which are, you know, hands-on and practical, dealing with real issues in life. You know, if you're a plumber, it's a real issue, you know, that if nothing happens, you know, then things get out of hand. Yeah, if you are a contractor, the same story. Yeah, so very practical skills that we develop, and that need to be, you know, packaged in a way that makes it possible for TVET graduates to be able to offer services beyond their local context. So it's very important that we are able to inculcate among our students and among us as scholars that the people that we are building are not just for this county, for instance, or not just for the Republic of Kenya, but are global citizens who are able to offer services as expatriates all over the world, everywhere in the world. And we look at how to do that, but this slide basically is emphasizing that TVET and TVET education is a means, it's a mechanism, a vehicle through which we are able to build skills, yeah, the much needed skills, yeah, for the real world in this generation. Sorry. Now, how do we do that? How do we do that? Very importantly, and we talked about this yesterday, issues of curriculum. And what I want to emphasize, yesterday we talked about, you know, the currency and the relevance of the curriculum. But in this particular case, I'm talking about globalization of the curriculum. So the relevance is not just about us. the relevance is not just about the county or the country or anything, but looking at it globally. What would a mechanic, say in Europe, do? Yeah, that our people here also need to know. So we need to internationalize our curriculum. Look out at issues, and there are many associations that we have, even at the continental level. I'm glad we have the Secretary General of Atupa here with us. Yeah, looking at technical institutions, if I may use the word, across Africa. Yeah, how do we globalize? Looking at those skills across the board. Yeah, so that we are able to ensure that the skills that we are developing or inculcating in our graduates are marketable globally. It means benchmarking. It means collaboration. Sometimes it may mean offering, co-offering programs with other institutions elsewhere. So maybe Nyandarua National Polytechnic, co-offering a program with, say, a technical institute in Germany, for instance, yeah, so that we are able to globalize the skills that we get. And of course, that also may come with a knowledge exchange in terms of, maybe student exchange, maybe lecturers or teachers going to Germany, Germans coming here. And that way we are able to globalize the kind of skills that we are able to inculcate in our students, so that they don't think locally. Yeah, if they are thinking locally, of course they should, because they are physically here, but they are part and parcel of the global world, and they will only be useful with that global village if their skills are global. And number two is also about technologies. Yeah, the technologies that we used, and this was also talked about yesterday. If you are an automotive engineer or technician or mechanic, and you are trained with carburetor cars, and now we are talking about new technologies and all. Yeah, it's important that we are able to do this, and technology would come in, ICTs for instance, that with again perhaps collaboration with polytechnic institutions in the developed world, you are able to have access to machines and simulators that you are not able to have here. And that way you are able to think beyond the infrastructure that we have and the kind of technologies that are here with us. Yeah. So again, it's very important that as we do that, we do not limit ourselves to the workshop that we have here as a polytechnic, yeah, because that would be limiting, yeah, because the trends may have changed. While we are not able to perhaps buy the equipment as they emerge, we are perhaps able to link with other institutions out there and be able, through technology, ICTs particularly, to be able to benefit from those places where people would wear black overalls, particularly if they are touching engine oil and all, and very oily hands and stuff like that. But that is important. But we must also be able to be contributors to the technologies that exist, and we can only do that through research and innovation. Yeah, and this conference is one of those platforms or fora that actually able to improve or contribute to research and technology. And of course, what was being shown out there is also very, very important and part of what we ought to do. But importantly, I know there is something I'm calling imitation. Imitation is limitation. Yeah, a lot of times I see many of the when you go out to exhibitions, and particularly technology exhibitions, you'll see someone trying to make a car or someone trying to make an aeroplane or make up something, yeah, which is not really an improved vehicle or competence of the vehicle for our context. Drive the industry, as it were, through technology and TVET. And then practical and technical wrapped in soft skills. Yeah, it's very important that you're a good engineer, if I may use the word, or a good technician, a good mechanic. That is important, your technical skills, very important. But what will take you places is your round and round and round. You will not get many of your clients sticking. Yeah, you must also be able to negotiate, and level at your very basic level. Yeah, you must be able to mobilize, be part of this who are very, very rude and leaving you on the middle of the road or something. Yeah, that it's very, very important. So soft skills are essential and must be part and parcel of our curriculum. And again, the real world of work through attachments and internships are also essential, so that people know that it's not just their skills that matter. Yeah, and of course these days they say the technical know-how is not as important as the technical know-who. Yeah, of course there are negative aspects of that, but the reality is it's until someone mentions your name where it matters that you can be able to go places. Is that not true? Yeah, and we are saying now that here in Kenya, for instance, we all know the president. Yeah, we know him, but that is not important. What is important is whether he knows you, okay, or whether someone can bridge the gap between, those people who matter and yourself. Yeah, cases and issues are being discussed at very, very, very specialized, very unique, very local levels and contexts. And until someone is able to mention your name there, you will not feature. And it's important that we inculcate that in our graduates very critically. So we should have courses on communication skills, courses on marketing, and stuff like that, regardless of what technical field that the students are pursuing. Lifelong learning, again, that was mentioned quite a bit yesterday. We must be able to learn. Any moment that you stop learning, that you stop living. Yeah, there are new skills every day. And the concept of learning, the attitude that learning never ends, it's very important to inculcate in our students. And we must be able to read. I'm using the word read in quotes, meaning that ability to acquire new skills, exposing yourself to new skills. So we must, help our candidates, our students, and even our colleagues as lecturers of these students to be able to continue learning. And I'm very impressed that in this Polytechnic, for instance, I've seen PhD holders. Yeah, I really commend our colleagues who have gone that far. Yeah, we must be able to do that, because the more you gain, the wider the scope of knowledge that you are able to acquire. We must always learn. And then very important, we talk about white collar jobs, we talk about black or blue collar jobs. Yeah, and those are important. But now we must think about the gold collar jobs. These are people with unique knowledge and what we normally call knowledge workers. People who do not just work for a living, but think for a living. Remember, if you're just working for a living, it's very easy for me to replicate what you are doing, isn't it? If you are making an engine, for instance, or if you are repairing engines, it's very easy for me to learn and be able to do the same. But I may not be able to do it very easily to replicate your thinking. Yeah? So there are people who think for a living. And by the way, the generation that we are in today, many people, or the most, the richest people around, yeah, or the most networked people around, are not necessarily those people who are working hard. Yeah? There are people who are working smart. The people who are working smart. So it's very important that we go beyond thinking the collars, that we are thinking the black collar, the white collar. We must think beyond that to the gold collar. People who think for a living and are able to get maximum resources from what they know and what they think, and how they are able to wrap what they know around the kind of interactions that they have. Now, in conclusion, as we sit this morning, the reality is that we are being pushed and pulled towards globalization. And that means, pushed means that we have opportunities that we cannot avoid. Pulled means that there are opportunities that we're being called to. Yeah? And the reality is we must be able to build skills that would position us well to take those opportunities or harness those opportunities that exist. It is not possible, even if you try how hard, to resist. You cannot, because the reality is the world is changing, and it's much easier for us to join the change and take our position in the change than trying to pull out of the change. And it's also very important that we prepare ourselves adequately. And TVET education is one of the mechanisms that can be done. through, forward-looking and progressive curriculum, well-equipped and connected technologies. Yeah, looking at leadership that is forward-looking and progressive. Yeah, thinking beyond the borders, and widening our horizons beyond what we know and going beyond the unknown. Yeah, we can only do that if we have the attitudes. First of all, to be able to fashion this and make it work. And so it's very important that we develop our skills beyond that. And TVET offers the best avenue for preparing the majority of youth and adults to self-preserve in the wake of globalization. And the entire world is in our hands. The entire world in our hands. And that means all manner of opportunities in our hands. All manner of opportunities in our hands. Yeah? And so you do not look, at your local and thinking of economics of scarcity. That we have so little, we don't have this, yeah? And think about abundance. There's everything that can go around. And if you think about the entire world as your space and as your stage of activity, there's a lot of opportunities that you can come by. And the world is in our hands. And particularly on the right hand, you see, I've put Africa on our right hand, meaning it's our first priority, yeah. But then the rest of the world is also, so we can grab it, we can control the entire world with our hands, and our hands meaning the skills that we get, and getting this kind of empowerment through TVET education. Now, certain specific suggestions for discussion or consideration. One is expanding the TVET ecosystem. So don't think about the Polytechnic like say it's Nyandarua and you think that's it. Yeah, there are many people, many systems, many parties that can influence and help this institution grow and become better. Yeah, so expand it. It's beyond the lecturers, it's beyond the board of governance, it's beyond the political leadership. Yeah, there's the private sector, for instance, maybe the local community. Yeah, and thinking beyond that to international collaborators, for instance. So let's think about that ecosystem and just sit and do a SWOT analysis of what ought to be, what we need to be able to deliver the mandate of the institution. And rebranding is also very important. And this is a conversation that is ongoing. When people get an opportunity, and I listened to the chief principal talking, I think with the chair of council as well, and the guests that were there yesterday, that many of us want to be part of a university. I have a D+. But instead of thinking of coming to Nyandarua, for instance, or any other technical institution, I must go to a university. Just because, so when you are asked, you say, where are you? I'm at the University of Nairobi. Yeah? And of course, pursuing a course, maybe in social work, not to say that those courses are not important, yeah, but just so that I'm part of that. But maybe that particular candidate could benefit more by being in a polytechnic. So we must be able to rebrand and in the minds of people, create an image of graduates of polytechnics and other technical institutions as equally enabled, yeah. And having opportunities beyond, the very basic that we get. So we must be able to rebrand. And this will take a lot of advocacy, a lot of, policy issues, and a lot of championing, There are role models who we can look at. And I'm glad, I think one of the alumnus of this institution is addressing it this morning. Yeah? Can they stand here and tell us that, this is what I was. I came through this polytechnic or any other, and this is what I've become. And I'm comparing myself, or I'm at par with someone who went to the biggest universities in the land. Yeah. So we need to rethink that, rebranding the polytechnics and TVET education, not as what it is now. Yeah. And of course, you may also have seen in the past year, I think last year, there were people who are opting for TVET institutions than degrees. When COOPS is placing students, some people opt out. They qualify to join a university, but they are saying, my passion is in a vocation. and then they're choosing to join institutions of technical education. So it's very important that we rebrand, that it is not for failures. It cannot be for failures. Can never be. Then increase sources of resources, yeah, and that talks about resource mobilization, talking about sharing, partnering, collaborations, yeah, and stuff like that. And also important is to embed TVET much more prominently in the development agenda that we also face, but we thought that the Polytechnics did not have it, that we can get TVET and TVET support. But I was very shocked that in spite of all that, that even the and then integrate, embrace emerging technologies as they come, and the option I suggest is by collaborating, yeah? So we may not be able to buy it, yeah, but we can collaborate. You know, there are many institutions out here, and through technology, able to, you know, collaborate with us and share their resources, yeah? What you need is the right MOUs and agreements, yeah, that, you know, addresses and takes care of your interests and the interests of the country if it is international, and, you know, making all that a reality. Knowledge mobilization, and that is my pet subject. We must be able to, the knowledge that we generate here. 2014.
He has experience of having been attached at Kenya National Highway Authority, Olkarau Gilgil Road project. 2014 to 2015, he's worked as a surveyor at with Kenya National Highway Authority, Olkarau Gilgil Road. November 2016, Mr. Ndegwa has also participated as a general contractor, co-limited position, as a site engineer project, Karagita Sanctuary DCK Olkarau Road. He was responsible for supervising works, controlling earthworks, quality control, ensuring optimal utilization of machinery and equipment, overseeing also the laying of asphalt. December 2016, Mr. Ndegwa to January 2018, also worked with PAL Construction and Supplies Co. Limited position as a site engineer project engineer during the rehabilitation of Kayole Spine Road with Kenya Urban Roads Authority. 2018 to date, he's the director, Joyran Engineering Company Limited. Some of the projects that Mr. Ndegwa has undertaken is he's been the director and is currently the director also of Emambati Maleleo Water Pan for Central and Rift Valley Waterworks Development Agencies. He's also have worked with Cabro Paving and Perimeter Wall at Nyahururu General Hospital. Mamboleo Footbridge. Mr. Ndegwa has also worked with Kiregwini JCTE 540 Bagandi Kajama Road with Kenya Rural Authority at Murang'a region. Mr. Ndegwa, our own, has enabled Nyandarua National Polytechnic and supervised the upgrading of the Cabro paving roads, and also the augmentation of water distribution system at Oljabet and site phase 2 in Nyahururu town. Nyahururu Water and Sanitation Limited. With a round of applause as we stand to honor our own. Let's be upstanding as we welcome our own student product TVET Nyandarua National Polytechnic. Put your hands together for Mr. Ndegwa. Karibu sana. Thank you. Have your seats.
Chair, Nyandarua National Polytechnic Council, Professor Evelyn, Chief Principal, members of Council, Polytechnic Council, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Jamanari Dago Maina is my name. An alumni of this great, renowned, admired, emulable reading, and simply the best courage. Again, I'm the chairman of Nyandarua National Polytechnic Alumni Association, of which and whom I stand before you today. I'm also delighted and humbled this morning to stand before you, my trainers, professors, doctors, edits, scholars, in this very inaugural International Research Conference. It's indeed a honor. Being a product of TVET, and in particular Nyandarua National Polytechnic, I'm here to discuss success, the pride which we take and share along, and now being in the industry, the hit and miss which we so feel paramount, in line with the theme of the day, springing forth the role of science, technology, and innovation in resilient and suitable economy. So in a great way, myself, I'm here to celebrate TVET. Ladies and gentlemen, from our hearts, we attest to the fact that technical vocational education and training TVET has impacted greatly towards industrialization. And here are a few of the ways TVET prepares learners for a specific job. You know, you are trained for a very specific, if you're undertaking maybe a course on plumbing, you're a plumber, you're not a mason, and that one helps. There are some people who are jack of all trades. You say you're a mason, you're a plumber, you're a carpenter, and that brings in big problems out there in the industry, because those are the people who are doing shoddy works out there, because there's no way definitely you can be a master of all by a big extent. A number of, TVET creates a number of employment possibilities, or for self-employment, because when you're given that skill, you're able to work. There are very many, out there, the world of market, by the way, is great, and we have many opportunities, but with that skill, it's only when you can be absorbed, because that is what is needed in the market, people with skills. And also you can employ yourself, because if you're so well trained to be a mechanic, for example, you can open your own garage. So it is great in that way. TVET College mainly trains young people to develop the skills, knowledge, and attitude that are needed in the labor market. Even the attitude itself is key, because you are trained that when you go out there in the market, it's not about dancing and singing. It's not about storytelling. It is about real work, the attitude that we get, whereas in these TVET institutions is amazing, and we are happy for that. It brings about self-actualization. I remember myself when I was in primary school, I wanted to be a lecturer. When I was in high school, when I was primary, that is when I wanted to be a lecturer. Then I went to high school. I thought, no, I can be a doctor. Along the way somewhere, I thought of being an MP. I could tell my mother, I want to be a very good politician. So in all those mixed up here and there, then I came here, and now I'm a civil engineer. So it gives direction in life. You are taking this direction, but your direction is this one. You get to know yourself, whereas you come to this TVET institution, which is great in its own ways. As we all know, TVET has been recognized as the wide, diversified education system instrumental in making the remarkable contribution to economic growth of a country by a way of suitable manpower production, relevant to the needs of the industry, society, and changing technological work environment. So these are a few of what we feel that TVET have impacted greatly towards industrialization. And great ones. I want to handle role of TVET as felt and as expected by the employer, from small-scale entrepreneurs to companies and international companies. What that role that we feel out there, and firstly is to provide adequate and appropriate skilled artisans, craftsmen, technicians, and technologists at all levels of the economy through practical training and work experience. The employers out there, if you're the one to train your employees, okay, training is expensive. So it is the role of TVET to do that, so that when they are releasing these people to the work industry out there, they have the appropriate and the necessary skills, transferring technology continuously through collaborative approach between TVET institutions and relevant industries. Because another thing, as it have been talked and discussed by several speakers before me about technology, it is the direction as to which the world is taking in terms of new discoveries and the like, and new ways of doing things. And out there, that is what is expected of people joining the work industry from TVETs. They should have that in them, the technological ways of doing things. It's not that they are going there to the market and then they are being challenged by the people who are in the market and they are just fresh from the college. Now, the employer will be left asking him or herself, is he even better than me who did not even go to school? Because some of these people who are there in the field of employment, they are entrepreneurs who are investing what they have. And so they expect people from this TVET to have that knowledge and the technology and the new ways of doing things, to great and mighty levels. So that is what TVET is expected to be doing by the employers out there, to promote dignity and decency of labor, particularly manual labor, because some people feel like being a mechanic, for example, is not decent. Being a fundi, that you can do a very good plaster or you can lay tiles so perfectly, is not decent, But that is what TVET is expected to bring to trainers and people going through TVET, that decency, and they can take pride. That myself, I'm a mechanic, and someone can take pride in that. I'm a mason, and someone can take pride in that. I'm an electrician, and takes pride in that. Whatever I am, and I take pride. So that is the dignity of labor. Provide continuous upgrading of skills and knowledge at pace and the ability of trainees. That is upgrading of skills. So I was here today, tomorrow I can be there, upgrade. So the skill is there, yes, and now upgrading the skill, continuously. And also to provide increased training opportunities for increasing school leavers. Most youths are leaving school each and every other day. So it is the role of TVET to create those opportunities for those people who are leaving high schools, did not maybe manage to go to the universities. They get opportunities to be trained, so that when they are going to the world of industry, the world of work, they go as trained people, trained youths, so that they can have opportunities to better themselves and also to better the field of employment. We whom join TVET institutions are average performers in high school, and we join as naive, young, with no training at all, but hopeful, with great expectations, big dreams, being cognizant of the fact that tomorrow belongs to the people who believe in the beauty of their dreams, hungry to become important, relevant, knowledgeable, and to get a direction and purpose. And of it all, to get a job after it all. Having come from high school, where we are sure a jack of all trades, and now perceived like having failed, hence requiring love and a chance to prove ourselves, we develop a culture of resilience, and hence hard work, smartness, innovative, and have a smart feeling. having a strong feeling of having been lucky to get a second chance in life. You all know what it means, being given a second chance. It's like giving someone another bullet after they missed shooting you the first time. Trainers can tell of performance in TVETs. Even if probably they fail in NEC exams, in life they don't fail. The 2 years and 3 years course is elaborate, comprehensive, detailed, evolving and involving process accompanied by practicals and mandatory attachment. Hence, those who endure successfully leave the college fully baked, fully trained, equipped with the necessary tools and apparatus, confident, tested, and ready for service. My first encounter with the field of employment confirmed to me that the market is really ready for us, we with the hands-on skills. The employer isn't interested with theory at all, but rather how to get the job done perfectly. These are, I have listed with me here some of what the employer expects of these people, of this person who is leaving from TVET institutions. They want someone who can get the job done perfectly. If you are asked to, for example, maybe let me talk of a mechanic. If you're asked to repair a vehicle, you're going to do it perfectly, without the employer, by yourself. Having left TVET, it's not after having experience, but after leaving TVET, you can repair that vehicle perfectly. If it's about setting out of a building, I'm going to do also much about buildings because it's what I know most, civil works and the like. If you're expected to do a setting out of a building, you're going to do that perfectly, without difficulties, because you have been trained, how to bring in viable solutions that are going to be accepted, and solutions that are going to bring change to the industry and to the company and to the work where you are working. A solution that they are going to buy, then they see through this person is knowledgeable and this person have gone through some training. The general value, not confining myself to monetary value that you add to the company or to the employer. Are you bringing with yourself value? If I'm paying you 10 shillings, are you making the same for me? Or am I getting back to my pocket to pay you? So you have, when you're being absorbed somewhere, they are thinking of the value that you're going to add to them. Ease of doing business. They are going to feel change of how they were doing business before you came in. And this means you have to be very well trained and you have to have the skills. Seamless continuity of his venture, that job can be done even in your absence. Even when he's not with you, job can be done. That is seamless continuity of his work and venture. Even if maybe he have a project in talk of Garissa or Mombasa or whatever, he can send you go there and you work comfortably without even supervision, without him being there. That is the very expectations that these employers have, that you can be reliable by yourself, working comfortably just from TVET, just from college. Also discipline the young men and women. We all know that the gap between goals and achievement is discipline. And I don't know whether it's going to be handled via prayers or whatever, but some of the young men who are going out there to the world of work doesn't have some good discipline. And you find someone, even some things we see here in college, they steal things. Barbs cannot stay where they have been positioned, and so of such petty thieves here and there and stealings, they take to the world of market. Someone have been sent somewhere to a project and anaanza kuongeza cashews and the like, and many other such mischievous and some funny behaviors. And with that, definitely you cannot work for long. You're going to be sacked because you cannot keep on touching and taking things here from the company. You will not be noticed. So those small discipline gaps that you see here in college, at times they're transferred there to work, to the field of employment. So that's why I said I don't know whether it's prayers or because now these people are mature, they cannot be caned and the like. I don't know, but discipline is an issue. That is about discipline and also enthusiasm. We want people who have that urge from their hearts to work. You know, someone can be called to work even at late time, and will feel comfortable. You know, that enthusiasm. You know, a reliable labor force. You know, modernity in terms of doing things. That is new ways. That is modernization. Is not only the old ways, but the new things. You know, they are young and sharp, so they are expected to come with that modernity and new ways of doing things. And it is expected of them to have acquired that from school, even before they join the world of hustle. Myself, I started civil engineering diploma class of 2012. And as I use a little bit of myself as a case study, allow me show a few photos of some projects that we have handled. I don't know whether they are going to be, I don't know whether they're going to be so clear, you know. So the employer expects someone who can do, this is setting out of a wall somewhere. Next. See, the wall is not so clear, but I want to believe you can join somewhere in the dots and you can see we have done some setting out, and now we are doing wallings. Next, kindly. And that is the wall. So the employer expects you to do that comfortably without him being there, you know. Fast, efficiently, perfectly. Next, in the interest of time, let us be. So this is somewhere that the community was unable to access that side and this other side because of this lever, and we were coming up with a small footbridge. So this is preparation works. We have built one side. Next, kindly. Yeah. So we have built that side. Now we are on this other side. Next. Oops. That is me. That is how I look when I'm not like this. Next, kindly. And now that is the footbridge. It is done. So the employer wants you to do that project, and also not only the employer, even the government and whoever. You know, as you have been trained in here, you're not expected to go out there and then again a challenge is posed to you and you cannot solve that solution. So as we go on. This is tarmac clothes and repairs of potholes and the like. So these are the kind of things that I'm talking about. Let us go. These preparations, you know, at times you are finding people are repairing a pothole today and tomorrow again is a pothole. That is because they don't have where it takes. So as we continue, yes, that is culverts. That is because of drainage and the like. Let's go. Yes, this is preparation of a load somewhere, and this is now the basement. This is the base. You see, the load has several layers, and this is the final layer, the base just before the asphalt. And you're expected to do this kind of a job perfectly. You know, you can lay all this hard packing and the like and process with the levels and everything comfortably just after leaving college. You're not given just after college because so that you can be variable to that company, you know, so that they can feel, and even when we go to interviews and the like, these are things that are tested. Can you do this, you know, for what time? I mean, the time, the speed and the like as we continue. Yes, that is the same load network. The road same network. Let's continue. These cabros, you expected to lay cabros. You know, these skills are trained here, and I'm happy to have passed here and have acquired these skills that you can do this comfortably. You know, and you go to practicals and you do this practically. You know. So as when you're leaving this place, you have these things, and you can do them with ease as we continue. Yeah, the same preparation of load networks, you know. Yeah, let's continue. I want to show a dam. Let's continue. Yes, now this is dams. That you can also set out a dam from the lightward go to the very end. This is a watchtower. Let's continue. Yeah, this is a watchtower of a dam. Let's continue. That you can set out and complete this kind of a project with ease, you know. So I just wanted to show a few of things that you are supposed to do and you can do comfortably. And the things that are taught, as I said in my beginning, I was here to celebrate TVET and to show to you, maybe you're just talking of things that you want to do, things that you have not done. But with me today here is celebration of things that TVET have been able to achieve and impact to we people. And we are happy and take pride. As I began, I said that we take pride in this. You see, as I lap up, let me quote words of Nelson Mandela, that education is the great engine of personal development. It is through education that the daughter of a peasant can become a doctor, that the son of a mine worker can become the head of the mine, that a child of a farm worker can become the president of a great nation. It is what we make out of what we have, not what we are given, that separates one person from another, And myself, I'm a living testimony to these words, because surely, was it not for Nyandarua National Polytechnic and TVET education, I could not be where I am today. Esteemed members, I urge and plead to you today that we follow the same path, uplifting many, as I was uplifted myself, by teaching these hands-on courses championed by TVET. In my conclusion, as I conclude,
that are so needed. And I want to tie that to something that Ndegwa has said now using his practical experience. And he named a few things that make people either fail or succeed. He talked about something as simple as discipline. You know, there is no class you go to be taught discipline. But how do we bring that into a curriculum? So that's probably a question. Maybe it's rhetoric. Maybe we don't have an answer for it today, but just to think about. But my second thing that I want to do is to say to Mr. Ndegwa that I am totally impressed by what you're doing. And for that, I would like to extend some simple work that I have somewhere. So please see me after this.
Okay, thank you. My name is Dennis Makori from Nairobi Technical. I have one question for Ndegwa and another one for Prof. First, I'd like to congratulate Ndegwa for the good speech he has given. But my question is this. When it comes to the issue of diploma and a degree, you find that people who have done a diploma, you find that they don't have that self-belief as compared to people who have done a degree. They have that fear. Even if it's working in the same environment, you find that people who have done degree, they are more recognized than the one who have done a diploma. But I've witnessed some things that are done at the diploma level are the same things done at the degree level. And again, pertaining to that, you have been in the work environment. You have interacted with people who have done a degree. And there has been this debate between someone who has done a diploma and a degree, who can do work to the best level. I would like to hear from the horse's mouth, if in your field of work, having worked with people who have done a degree, what are you able to do? Are you able to do what someone who has done a degree can do, or there are things you cannot do? And if you cannot do, what advice can you give to TVET institutions? What should they add, or what can they do so that they can merge, or you can do what a degree holder can do? Then when I come to Prof, there has been this talk all over about globalization, integrating ICT with everything. But at the end of the day, we end up paying a very high price, because this issue of globalization, modernization, and ICT, it comes with some negative issues. That, like now, the issues of environmental pollution, environmental degradation, the social evils that are all over the world, are a result of globalization and modernization. But when we talk about them in conference like this, we only look at the positive perspective. We don't look at the negative perspective, which some of them are irreversible, because once they have happened, they have happened. Look at the social evils we are having all over the world. So I'd like you to tell us something on how can we avoid them, and the role of TVET in dealing with some of these issues of globalization and ICT and everything, and how we can try to mitigate them and deal with them. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, the presenter. I must say that I am moved by your presentation, because all along I have been observing that in our TVET, though it has come of age, it was not able to demystify the practical nature. You used to be majorly on theoretical part, but your part will informed that this curriculum, as I support Madam, that it has to be reviewed so that we are able to do our or to to do what you do, it has shown that you are able to put yourself in the process. You have been able to do the work practically. And I want also to support that this curriculum be reviewed so that we do the work practically as you have shown us through all the stages. I've realized when we tell a student to do a small work like welding, there is still some kind of phobia developed. They don't want to put themselves in the experience and to gain that experience, because that is exactly what will inform the employer that you can do your work perfectly by that transition where the student is able to perform it more often until you generate the right knowledge and the right skill. So thank you for
spreads to society, so that this negative attitude about TVET education is changed, because as we are aware, skills training is much more important than the theoretical aspect of training. So what is it that we're supposed to be doing to rebrand the TVET education so that society, as well as the let's say the TVET graduates, realize that TVET is the way to go. Actually now, TVET is the way to go. And even if you do a diploma and you get the skills, it is good, and that is your skill, and that is where you're supposed to excel. I want Professor to comment on what is it we should be doing so that we can start doing it to change that negative attitude. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the questions and the comments. And I'd just like to respond to the questions. I've indicated 5 of them here. The first one is on the soft skills, and it's true. Discipline, being able to complete the work on time, for instance. I remember that one of our colleagues was once a tailor. And you know what tailors do? So he's the kind of guy that would hardly keep deadlines. He will tell you all manner of things, including those which are not relevant to He is the one in charge of making timetables. So you ask him, why isn't this timetable ready? He will say all manner of excuses, and they say, you're just being a tailor. Yeah, and it's that kind of thing that you get with most fundis. They say the best fundi, or the most creative person, the best one is a kinyozi. That unaenda pale, unanyolewa, unaenda, you don't leave your head there. But anyway, those are some of the skills that we need to talk about. Customer care, for instance, and it's in the attitudes. And our colleague from Meru is already asking, what is the role? We'll talk about the motivation later, but what is the role of the trainer? Being able to be a role model, to indicate discipline. For instance, basic things, do the classes begin on time? Yeah, and if there's a course outline, to what extent is that trainer faithful to do that course outline? But of course, we can have soft skills which are developed in the curriculum. Customer care, for instance, marketing, being able, because entrepreneurship skills, if I might call it, because they must be able to see their business or their skill, be able to translate it into money. Until it is translated into money, however good it is not generating value. Not an example of so-and-so who went to this institute and came back to the village or wherever you are working from, and you're still worse off than anyone who didn't go anywhere. Yeah. So my view is, and of course the CBET, and I see it's a very elaborate process of making our curriculum. My first suggestion would be that we relook the soft. In fact, we can do two things. One, have specific soft skills, developed or integrated in the curriculum. Customer care, communication, business communication. There are people who cannot, make a presentation. You've invited him, but if he comes to make a proposal and he can hardly express himself, yeah, then there will be a problem. Yeah, so such things, being able to communicate and customer care, entrepreneurial skills, in my view, are critical in this time. But of importance also is branding and image. Is that important? How people show themselves? You see, he's an engineer, and he told us that this is the way I look out there. But when it is important, I look like this. Isn't that important? Yeah, so issues of branding, and I've seen many of us here are branded in our institutions, which I think is something looking nice, and seeing the diversity that comes with where we come from. But such basic things, basic presentation, discipline is hard to teach, but you can model a discipline. And, being able to be accountable, for instance, there are engineers like him who cut corners, isn't it? Yeah, and do not give us value for what we invest in. So such things, and being, issues of ethics and moral accountability in a society like ours. So two options. One, you can integrate these in every course. So let's say if being trained as a carpenter, for instance, then elements of, say, conservation would be taught. How do I take care of the environment? How do I make sure that there are more trees, yeah, and they are more sustainable? Things like that. And so those can be built in the particular courses as topics. But it's also possible, from where I sit, even if it's just one course. I don't know whether at this level, say diploma students, whether there is a mandatory entrepreneurship course. I don't know. Maybe it's there? There is, yeah. So that's important, just making sure that there's a course on entrepreneurship, which is customized to the specific area of expertise, yeah. And with that, they would get all manner of other skills. But again, an important challenge to the trainers, you be the role model. You be the role model in terms of, the way you interact with the students and being able to demonstrate the expectations. The other issue was to do with the ICTs and all. There are ills. There are many challenges that have come with the technology. I mentioned some of them, including infobesity. Another is social isolation. Many of us have more friends on Facebook than we have in real life. Yeah, and we think that those are all we need. And the kind of support system that we seek is really not in the offline world. which is real in the circumstances in which we live. And of course, the other issues, security, cybersecurity issues, and other cyber crimes that are there, including cyberbullying, calling people names and all manner of things. Yeah. Those are the negative issues, and there are many as well. But we don't live in a perfect world. Do we say, there is normally a saying that, do you throw up the baby with the bathwater? You don't. Yeah? Because we live in a real world, there are many of those challenges, and ICTs will come with all manner of things, including costs. In fact, ICTs have been, touted as the best solution to many of our problems. But they also, in the recent past, people being able to, hack into people's systems and see all manner of very secretive stuff that lead into conflicts. Yeah, and at the same time, I don't know whether you've analyzed how much you spend on airtime or bundles. Yeah, myself, I've seen that. Sometimes I spend a lot, it may be in small bits, but at the end of the day, at the end of the month, I would spend as much as about 3,000, 5,000 shillings. Yeah, and that is on the conservative side, if I'm not including the Wi-Fi. And I have Wi-Fi in my house, and now I'm here, my wife is at work, children are at school, and so we use the Wi-Fi maybe once or so in the evening, but I pay 5,000 shillings a month for the Wi-Fi. Is it worth it? Is it not making me poor? Yeah, and those are some of the things, and the airtime that we buy, unanunua bamba ingine. At the end of the day, when you add them up, is actually impoverishing. Yeah, so that you don't spend all of your time on Facebook. You also don't spend all of your time, making calls, yeah? And so responsible. I recently conducted research on responsible AI on matters of artificial intelligence and stuff like that. There are many ethical issues that emerge and many, social issues that emerge that we must be aware of and be able to mitigate, yeah? And so I would just say, in general terms, being responsible, being accountable, and at the same time being temperate. Yeah, temperance. The other issue is on commercialization, and it's a very important one, also, but also very tricky one. That we should not think of the end. At the end, once the innovation is here, is when we now start asking, now what do we do with it? Yeah. So right from the beginning, yeah, it's important. I don't know whether innovations in the polytechnics, for instance, is part of a course. Yeah, in my university we have innovation projects that come at, if they are degree programs, they would come at the end of third year going to fourth year. If they're diploma programs, they come from the second year. Our programs are 3-year diploma programs, so from the third year. And so they make innovative projects right from there, supervised, and then they make exhibitions like what we had outside. Now, what is critical is that there should be a theory, a bit of the innovations that would expose the students to possibilities of commercialization. What kind of elements should the technology reflect or the innovation reflect for it to be commercialized? And again, what specific real-life issue is it addressing? Yeah, because some of them may really not be able to, address a specific issue out there. And even if it's addressing a specific issue, how important is that issue at this time? So it's very important that we align our technologies and our innovations to real issues, which are normally reflected in the development agenda, for instance. So in Kenya, for instance, before we used to talk about the Big Four agenda, the Vision 2030, and at Africa level, we talk about the AU Agenda 2063. Yeah. So how does the technologies or the innovations that we are generating addressing some of those issues? And then the next bit is the legal procedures that come in. How exactly does an innovation become commercialized? That will begin with patenting and stuff like that. And there are lawyers in the house as part of your governing council that can advise. And the institution itself can perhaps also create an intellectual property management let me say, function that can perhaps be combined with another, maybe under research, for instance, and that can come up with procedures and protocol that the Polytechnic particularly can be able to utilize to help students commercialize their innovations. There was something else I forget. If you may allow me just to refer back. The chair talked about rebranding. Unfortunately, I'm doing this when she's not here, but I'm sure that they are members of council, so I could perhaps brief her. Now, what does it? What is in the mind of people out there when you're talking about a TVET? One, they think that TVET is for failures. People who have nothing else or have nowhere else to go. Rejects of the education system, yeah, that have nowhere else to go. Definitely, that's normally what comes in people's minds, and we normally would want to see, people that have gone to universities as the apex of education, yeah, and because of that in our minds, anyone who does not go to the university has failed. But remember, I'm a product of 844, and we used to be told that when we were in first year in university, there was someone who used to teach us mathematics, and you tell us, you guys, you are failures. You are 844 failures. Why are we 844 failures? Because we should have graduated earlier and gone into the world of work, employed ourselves. So, but the fact that we did not do that and we're in university trying to study and get a degree, it's because we failed. We failed. We should have left at high school and even at primary level. Yeah. But so in the minds of people, a TVET is for failures. And again, it does not give anyone any opportunity. They go there, they're deadwood, and after that they become whatever it is that maybe conducting campaigns, public campaigns through the ministry and the TVET authority and all that demonstrate that TVET is not for failures. They are very sharp people, and people are differently enabled. There are those who have a passion with and able to be creative, doing things with their hands, and they don't have to be failures. Number two, there are progression mechanisms for TVET graduates. I mentioned in our breakout room yesterday, in my university, for instance, we have certificate programs, and anyone with a D+ will take a certificate program for a year like this. We also brand our institutions as institutions of excellence in terms of research and stuff like that. So it's a very elaborate process that would involve more than just the institution, in my view. To have impact, it must be done at a coordinated level, perhaps countrywide, to be able to do this kind of thing. But in a small way, a nice looking gate like that is inviting in your small way as an institution. In fact, as I wondered, I've never been this side of the world, and as I drove, I wondered, how will I know that I've reached Nyandarua? Yeah. And occasionally I would see Nyandarua something, and I think, would I have, and a number of other senior officers, yeah, that be visible. Let's see that, in this community, in your own small way, you are being seen, yeah, and you're able to project yourself as a center of excellence in TVET education that can attract people. Finally, there is something else, sorry. Please allow me to refer. Sorry. Relying on technology. A role of the trainer who is not motivated. Yeah. I think that's something I may not talk about much, but let me just say, in the world in which we live today, if you are relying on anyone to motivate you, you will fail. Is it not true? The world is looking for self-motivated people. Yeah? The little that you have, in the scope, in the context in which you are sitting, the position that you have, what are you able to do? One, to motivate yourself. And number two, to motivate those who are around you. Yeah, I know what he's talking about, and I agree with him to a large extent that there's need for facilitation, there's need for a good working environment, there's need for tools and technique, tools and workshops that we are using, and all that, and even the most basic logistical support that is necessary. That is necessary, but resources are never enough. They can never be enough, and therefore I just want to say that, and I'm certain that through the various unions and the hierarchies that you have, that these are being raised. But I will just challenge you, in this generation, in the global world, the flat world, we are looking for people who are self-motivated. Yeah, people who are able to pick themselves up and be resilient enough, to make do with what is there and creatively use it. But nonetheless, it's important that we look at the welfare of all, not just the trainers, but also the trainees. Because if the trainer, and we normally hear this, I'm a professor, but my son may want to do something else. He looks at me and says, no. Never to be a professor. I don't like when we are interacting with our trainees. If we are gloomy, we are self-defeated, yeah, they would not want to make anything better than what we are. So I suggest, ladies and gentlemen, that as much as possible, that we do our best in the context in which we are, and be motivated, be an encourager, so that the people that are looking up to you are able to, think positively. Because if you are defeated yourself, then they will just say, now kama mwalimu ndiye anakaa hivi, na mimi mwanafunzi nitakuwa vipi? Yeah. Thank you.
So, yeah. Thank you so much, Prof, for those answering those questions. Maybe I'll only give Jevenari a few minutes to say, during your interaction when you are doing the work out there, how do you compare the graduates and the TVET? This is one question who came from one of our, then you sum up the experiences that you had with the other colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. And once again, I'm humbled. About a diploma holder and a degree holder, one who can do job better, and number two, about the esteem. Let me first talk of who can do job better, and I want to talk this in front of engineers, and without fear of contradiction, I've been in the field. When it comes to office work, they are the best. When it comes to drawing the designs and in the office, definitely they beat us. But they are on the ground, actualizing and implementing the designs and all this, they cannot see us. By any case, they cannot, because it is so much in us. About esteem, I would want to say it begins with education itself, because it is presumed that those people who have performed exemplary go to the university, and these others go somewhere else, and that is where we find ourselves. So it is somehow in the education sector. It begins there. So the degree person is placed at a higher position by default from that very initial stage, and then this other person comes in here. But I think this should be done by not the diploma holder or the degree holders themselves, but by these people who offer, by the education system. They should standardize. A degree holder is as important as a diploma holder. It is not that someone is given some special, because it is not us. It is them, not we. Because as I said, when it comes to the ground, they cannot beat us. So I think that is all I would say for that. Thank you.
So thank you so much. I think we have come to a time when we need to be given the direction further, so that after tea we know what. Sorry, yes, this a remark by the principal.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Jeffrey, for those wonderful presentations. And thank you, participants. I think that is quite healthy engagements. I just want to add my voice on this issue of rebranding. And thank you, Prof. You have brought it very well. And I think Jeffrey has finished with a very nice statement where he has said, yes, in papers, but in the field they cannot beat us. So then where is the problem? I think as TVET players, because I know we have trainers here who are dealing with these students, there is this challenge of a situation where I think TVET graduates, it's like we also don't understand ourselves well. How? I mean, we have so much potential, but somehow it's like we don't realize what is in us. And as we talk about rebranding curriculum, for those of trainers who are here, I think it's important because, of course, there is the written curriculum and there is the other dimension of the curriculum. Can we still, any moment, to instill some confidence in our trainers? Because, I mean, in our trainees. Because look at even where we are. I mean, all these works are TVET, isn't it? Who has done this building? It's our students. I mean, our skilled men. But do they realize this is their product? Because it's something to be proud of. Prof, I'm sure if, and I'm not praying for that, if your car breaks down, where will you land? Then in the next, I mean, it's in a garage. And who will fix the car? It's the same guys. And you'll find a prof coming out there and driving at 100 plus kilometers per hour. Who has given him that confidence? It's the same guy. Then why don't we believe in ourselves and then feel that whatever we are doing is very important? And because this issue of TVET being looked at as an inferior field for the dropouts, you know, it's a colonial mentality that has really remained with us for long, isn't it? But it's something we still need to continue working. But as trainers, as those who interact with the youth, I'm sure we can still, any moment, to instill some confidence in our trainers. Let's take time and have a conversation with them on the same.
Thank you, Chief Principal. Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Jeverare, our dear own one. We appreciate your coming and your presentation. Members, I know we have so many questions, only that time is not on our side, and that is why we have cut it a bit short. But if you look at our hours, it's about 11:21. We are supposed to break for tea at 10:30. We are about 40, almost 50 minutes late. And it is because the presenters have done it, and we could not miss to get the points they are in. You know, questions are not even over. I was to ask General Jeverade, now, how did you get these jobs from the county and other government? You know, was it through corruption, or was it that they saw the product that you? Are we there? There are many questions. But for now, can we ask Mr. Mugo from Kabete Technical to come and just pass a vote of thanks to our keynote addresses, our addressers for this morning. Then we would break for tea. When we break for tea, please, we would have our keynote addressers and our guests to them wherever they had their lunch and tea yesterday, and our other delegates just to the rooms we were in, our trainers and our students in our respective rooms. And after that, we give ourselves about 20 to 30 minutes so that we can come for the next session of presentation. 20 minutes only. Thank you, Chief Principal. Bwana Mugo, please come and pass a vote of thanks to the... Oh, I'm informed he's the research coordinator, Kabete National Polytechnic. Please, Bwana Mugo, pass a vote of thanks.
Good morning. I was wondering, Kabete Technical is located where,
Apologies.
and that's why I hesitated to come, because I'm Mr. Fantas Mogo from the Kabete National Polytechnic. I'm the research coordinator, and I'm also here to represent our chief principal who was not able to come. We are very much grateful for your presentation and the impact that you have put, and more so to Degwa, you said Degwa, Jeffrey Degwa, who tried to show that it is possible even for the student that we train to become someone in a society. And actually, when he was presenting, I was getting the challenge of, are we able to bring more in this kind of forum and have a panel discussion and they answer questions? And maybe it was an encouragement to many of our students who are in school. Otherwise, we are much grateful for your presentation, and also Prof, you did a very wonderful presentation, and I hope we'll be able to live by this. And once again, thank you so much. Back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Coordinator, the Kabete National Polytechnic, and thank you for that correction. We want to have Madam Purity to come and have some prayers for us as we break for tea. Professor, you have talked Greek to many. The terms you've used as chikams, the virtual reality, the instant gratification, the self-service, the consumer participation, the network pathways, the info, oh my, the term itself. And remember, they are the techno stress. And what about the black and the gold collars? Congratulations.
Good morning, everyone. Let's rise up and pray. Also, the way being with each one of us. And we thank you because of our guests who have come from far and near. My Lord, at this time, we are breaking up to go for tea. Lord, we bless it even as we take it. In Jesus' name we pray.
Thank you, please. question. Please, when you are to ask a question, let it be said that it is short but brief to the point. For the explanations, I believe, maybe that you don't take much time over the question session. For this time, I want to call well presented. We shall have them to the front and they will be able to answer these questions. Madam Pauline.
Good after tea. I hope you've taken your cup of tea. So we're getting back to continue. And those who are outside there, maybe of technical universities and polytechnics in Africa, Kappa Atupa. Since January 2019, Mrs. Ja, her career began as a lecturer at her alma mater, the Gambia Technical Training Institute, GTTI, in 1986, where she rose where she rose through the ranks as the head of Business Studies Department, Director Academics, and Director General. The GTTI is the Gambia's premier TVET institution, established in 1980 and now being transformed to a technical university. She was a member of the National Examination Committee and the International Examination Committee for the West Africa Examination Council, WAEC, and a governing council member at the National Accreditation and Quality Assurance Authority in Gambia. The transformation of Kappa to Atupa was born out of a resolution of the General Assembly of heads of member institutions of the association to transform the association into a continental organization embracing all non-Commonwealth countries in Africa. The historic event was in August 2019 in Kigali, Rwanda, during the Kappa International Conference. Mrs. Fall is currently a member of the advisory committee on the development of the Africa Continental Qualification Framework of the Africa Union Commission. As one of the Atupa mission agenda in organizing capacity building programs for TVET agencies, she is involved in the ongoing projects with call on women in technical education and development weighted. China Education Association for International Exchange on faculty capacity building in engineering and construction. Thank you. With all due respect, let's be upstanding as we receive SecGen Kappa Atupa. Put your hands together. Karibu sana mama. Karibu sana. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Asanteni sana. Thank you so much for that warm welcome. We're having a completely change of accent and dialect after listening to the East African one all day. As I have been brightly introduced, my name is Jahu Samba Fall. I am from the Gambia in West Africa and the Secretary General of the Association of Technical Universities and Polytechnics in Africa, Atupa, formerly known as Kappa, Commonwealth Association of Polytechnics in Africa, since inception in 1978. The association was created after the conference of education ministers of Commonwealth countries that converged in Accra, Ghana in 1977, and saw the need to create an agency that would be responsible for TVET and the ideals of TVET in Africa. 1 year later, the association was born. The offices of the Secretariat is at the Technical University of Kenya. They've been our very good hosts. And I just want to, Madam Josephine, to upgrade that citation you've read, that I'm still celebrating the honeymoon from the Technical University of Kenya when I was conferred the award of a doctorate of technology on the 21st of December last year. Thank you very much, UK. I'm proud of you. Gambia is proud of you. The whole continent is proud of you, and I'm still celebrating. When I saw that banner over there, weighted, it's so heartwarming that when we started talking about embracing women and bringing women in the forefront, involving women, making women visible in technical education and training. And as you can see in the next slide where we have the introduction, that now let me confess. Over lunch I talked about it. I'm still having some jet lag. I traveled for 16 hours and I was back here in Kenya yesterday morning, 2 a.m. after 16 hours of flight, and then here in Nyandarua. So please permit me if I start to do whatever. I did not even notice I had the remote control with me. So pardon me for that. Thank you. As you can see in the introduction, this was in 1988, 10 years after the establishment of CAPA, that the Secretariat of CAPA decided to really look into the issues of why is it that the participation of women in TVET is not growing. Why is it low? What do we do really to narrow this gap between the two genders? What is happening? Way back in 1988, when the need was there for that to be done, they picked it up. I was not a member of CAPA at the time, and they ran with it with the support of the International Labour Organization and, of course, the Commonwealth of Learning call. The project was initiated. Member countries that were part of CAPA at the time were encouraged to actually establish chapters and to build capacity to trainers so that they can look into the issues, whether it was about structure, financing. But what was the problem, or was it only what we are talking about and what we talked about this morning, stereotyping TVET sector? And what needed to be done? So some experts were brought in, they looked at the issues, and they tried to address them. At that time, only a few member countries of CAPA were involved in this. Now, fast forward. As we know, in Africa, many of these projects are not sustainable. As soon as the funding of the projects end, the projects also die out. And that's the end of it. So maybe it was one of those reasons that the project, even though it was implemented, it ended abruptly. And very, very few countries continue and sustained the initiative of women in technical education and development in their countries and in their institutions. Kenya was one of them. along the line, Kenya also got dormant in that initiative, with the exception of one institution, Kenya National Polytechnic, Kenya Coast National Polytechnic. Continue with it up to today. But the rest of those institutions dropped out of the race to continue with the ideals of WITED. Nigeria, and up to now, is one of the most vibrant countries that have embraced WITED and are having WITED in operation in almost all TVET institutions. Another country is Ghana and also Malawi, but the rest of the continent really did not continue with the initiative. I came in as the Secretary General of CAPA in 2019, 4 years ago, now in my 5th year. And I picked it up. I looked at those pioneer initiatives of CAPA, and it was one of them. And I got really passionate about it, maybe because I'm also a female and being brought up in a TVET environment. As you have heard, I've even headed the institution, the largest public TVET college in Gambia, which is now transformed. In fact, it has already been transformed now into a University of Science and Technology. So being the first female Secretary General of Kappa Atupa after 40 years of existence, I picked it up because I saw that the issues were still the same. The challenges in 1988, the challenges were still there. The gap between the two genders. Yes, a lot of development has happened, but it is still wide, I would say, and what needs to be done, considering the size of women population in general, and more so in our TVET institutions, what needs to be done to bring them on board so that they can also participate fully, so that they can so be part of the drivers. And as you know, it has happened. It has happened, and we are seeing a lot of progress on it. In 1991, the challenges, as I said, that prevented the participation of both girls and women in general has not improved. And as a result, I engaged, or I would say CAPA re-engaged all member countries that has now grown from a very, very humble beginning of less than 20, I mean less than 10 at the time, to now 21 countries in Africa that are members of the association, with over 200 institutions that are universities, colleges, and polytechnics around the continent. Now, a review was done. We made a study to find out if what we had in 1988, and those are the challenges and the constraints and the low participation, was still there. And yes, the answer was yes. We still have this. What are the problems? What are the issues? Why is it that we are not growing? Why is it that we are not attracting the female participation in this sector? What are the issues that we need to look at? And then we were engaged by Commonwealth of Learning again in this initiative, because at the time we needed to see what can be done so that it could be institutionalized, so that it is right there in the system, and that even if champions are created and they exit the system, the structure would still be there. There would have been more champions that have been mentored, and life goes on. So institutionalizing the WITED initiative was of paramount importance to Kappa, so that we wanted to make sure that this time around it is sustainable. What do we need to do? We needed to really look at the education part of it. We needed to give the necessary tools to those champions, to those chapters or institutions, so that they will be able to educate and train the trainers themselves that are going to become the champions. And that was done. Through the help of the Commonwealth of Learning, we were able to have a consultant, and a handbook was developed. And those of you that participated in the Kappa Atupa International Conference in 2021, you would realize that a handbook was actually launched during this hybrid conference by the Labor Minister of Malawi. So it was done, and now what is happening, the handbook is now being relaunched at all Kappa member countries. Now they've taken ownership. The national level, it is being launched, and governments are taking charge, and they are encouraging member countries to actually embrace these WITED initiatives, and for all TVET institutions in various countries to be members. I have the objectives of WITED highlighted, and basically, like I said, is to narrow the gap between the two genders, and that is to increase the female enrollment in TVET institutions, but also to promote equity and equality. My presentation will really walk around when we increase the enrollment, when we narrow the gap between the two, what else do? We need to make sure that there is equity in as much as there is quality. But then we also need to be aware that there is inclusion. Many a times we found out that certain very important and critical groups are being left out. And you can see that later on in my slide, where I even included the differently abled group that are also part of the whole process, but which are not catered for at all. The fourth objective talked about to empower the female gender with skills that are necessary for economic development. Of course, yes. Like I said, a very good proportion of the population, the world population, is female, and therefore it is important that they are also part of the whole process. Why do you create a WITED chapter? Creating a WITED chapter would offer a pathway to meeting some of the needs of providing the structure, the governance, and accountability. Coming back to recent years, that is in 2020, the revitalization of WITED started off here in Kenya. I wanted to start off with that basically because I saw the enthusiasm that Kenya took when the WITED chapter was first introduced, and what has happened. And besides, charity begins at home. So we started off with Kenya, and all the TVET institutions were written to and then informed of the new initiative that the institution was taking. And this was highly embraced. I must say we are so grateful to this country for really embracing it. When the invitation was thrown out and all members were invited, we recorded over 100 chapters from Kenya alone. And as a result, that kept us going, that kept the institution, the association going. And then this was then rolled out to the rest of the continent. Other countries were also invited to do the same. So as we speak, we have a very vibrant WITED chapter. Nyandarua, you are part of it. You are one of the vibrant member institutions, and I want to really thank the chair of the Governing Council and members of the Governing Council, and of course the Chief Principal and the management of this institution, really, for being a vibrant member of ATUPA, answering to our calls. And I have been following events about WITED in this institution, and you've been doing very well, and I want to thank you for the support that you are giving to the chapter. Is WITED chapter just for girls and women? Of course no. Well, the name itself starts with women. And I know we have been educating a lot of people that interacted with the initiative. But if you say women, and it means it's only for women. Of course, no, it is not for women. This is gender, and it includes male, female, and the non-binary people. And although WITED does begin with the word women, it is not for girls and for women only. The male colleagues, the family, the friends, and students are critical and key contributors to the success of WITED chapters and the gender equality. I would tell you that many of the principals of the institutions here are champions. I call them chief champions of WITED. They've been really supportive, and even the chapters that have been created in these institutions have got male champions within them. And you need to carry us along your journey, the journey that we are all in together. And it's about looking at women and then really addressing some of the issues that are not relevant, that are not really focused and particular to men, and to bring them on board in the process of delivering TVET so that we can participate equally and also with equity. Girls and women in STEM and TVET, it is critical, and you can see in your theme of the conference that this is all inclusive, that we need to bring them on board. We have seen a lot of girls and women in STEM and TVET. I'm not going to repeat what other presenters have said. I know a lot of good things have happened since yesterday. But what is it that is really deterring girls and women to really participate more into STEM and TVET? What are the issues that we need to look into and address? STEM TVET has been hailed as the answer to the skills shortage and skills mismatch in Africa, and the missing link for the training and integration of youth in the labor market. This is just a general statement, and I'm sure all of you would accept and agree with that statement. The TVET no doubt holds tremendous potential for increasing employment and economic development and for sustainable growth. But how well do TVET structure and programming across the continent cater for the principles of equity and inclusion? We talk about this many a times, and I say that many of them, and when I say this, I speak because I attend many forums internationally, especially at the continental level. And this is where you see that many of these pronouncements that are made are more of rhetorics than realities. How do we address them? How do we just look at the issues right there and say, yes, it's not only equality for the sake of equality. It's equality because it is practicalized. A lot of initiatives had gone around by countries and also by institutions. I have seen recently when I visited one member country, and I realized that the strategy that was employed by the principal in narrowing the gap between the two genders was to lower. It was not lowering, it was like more of offering discount to female students that were coming into male-dominant areas without patronizing. The requirements for a male student was also the same requirements for the female student. But then the tuition fee was what was discounted for, to be able to encourage more female into these hard skills. One strategy. But like I said, there are many, many strategies employed by different institutions and different managements and countries for that matter. A little graph here to show the situation of 70% to 30% of male against female participation in STEM related. And as you can see, this is in Sub-Saharan Africa, SSA, and cases of inadequate infrastructure to adequately accommodate African youth that are differently able. So you can see that roughly, you can see the male and the female participation and how vast the gap is between the two. Again, we also look back and then cater. When we say inclusion, we bring on board the differently able. And what we do at ATUPA is we partner with institutions like the Africa Disability Alliance in South Africa to be able to address many of the issues of the differently able, to bring them on board and make sure that their needs are also catered for, both in terms of infrastructure, in terms of curricula, and others. Inclusion in general, we say occupational segregation remains a predominant feature of both training and labor markets. And as you can see, it's been quoted that the studies by the World Bank show that the gender gap and the underrepresentation of women in particular is particularly large. If technical and industrial fields such as mechanics, etc., are being considered. Then few countries that are doing well. We know there are countries that are even having some women portfolios in certain ministries, Ministry for Gender Affairs, that type of thing. But really, sometimes you look at it and it becomes so superficial that what is really, when you try to engage yourself and see the depth, the focus that is being awarded in terms of the attention given by the governments, the various governments themselves, the financing, the seriousness that is supposed to be attached to it, then you realize that that is lacking. You realize that that is lacking. And then it becomes an issue. Even with this rooted initiative, I can tell you there are some institutions that would really resist that this is more of a female thing, and since we have a gender unit, why do you still need this? But they complement each other, because we are talking about the participation of women in technical education itself. What are the structures that are really lacking, that are not really focusing on women itself, but only on the general gender? And some countries also, they don't really make serious attention to it and to support those champions that are working towards getting the initiative up and running in their various countries. So some countries are highlighted there that are, doing certain things in order to close that gap. Studies by ILO reveal that even though we are lagging behind in terms of enrollment, and that we are also lagging behind in terms of low-paying services, and the balance is always tilted when it comes to this, to the TVET sector. Yes, you have the secretarial causes. You have the beauty, the healthcare, the hospitality, all within TVET. But then you also see that you have more male or more female participating in those areas than male. The reasons really are enormous. And as we dig into it, as we go back and make further studies, we realize that it is really multifaceted and it's more complex than we think. How do we do this? It means it is everyone's business. We are all in it together in order to be able to prepare ourselves and address the issues, whether at the household level, at the community level, at the institutional level or even at the national or the state level. We are in it together. I'm not going to talk about stereotyping because we all know that that is the major one, and it needs to be addressed, and it needs to be addressed well. It says in countries where informal employment is prominent, women are more likely to be underrepresented, and this is in the informal sector. I go further on more studies that were revealed, all addressing the issue of this low participation. And in obtaining jobs, women and girls are still less likely to work full-time with a representation of less than 40% of the total employment for full-time, and then for 37% of those working on a part-time. The physical challenge restricts accessibility to training. I've talked about that even though we always sort of address it, there is more into it, and remember there is all the both genders that are represented in this area, in this group. I have some common excluded groups and individuals that are always highlighted, and paramount amongst them is the gender inequalities and the persons with disabilities, and also those that are really struggling to afford and to get access to TVET, even though they are not. They are academically inclined, in the sense that they have the requirements and they will be able to participate fully, but accessibility and affordability is always an issue. What do we do in that area? I remember the current chief principal of Kabete National Polytechnic launched an initiative last year where he granted scholarship to the rural community for those that had access but could not participate, and he was awarding them scholarships. I think he's doing that for 4 every year, 4 students from the rural community. Those that are having affordability issues, he was granting the scholarship for them to come and further their training at Kabete National throughout their studentship. I think it's for 4 years or so. So those are issues and little initiatives that are done. But then imagine the impact that it will make to the families, the communities, and also to the country. Some literature indicates the sector is urgent and need of gender response forms are required. But more importantly, it's going to be on policies. Where are the policies? Are the policies made? Are the policies made that are going to address the issues that we are talking about here, especially in Tibet? And I always say that Kenya is one of those countries that I always quote that are doing very well in terms of getting the political will from the government and also the support. Yes, I know we keep on complaining that we need more, and that's the human nature. Every time you are given more, you still need more. But comparing this country with many others around the continent, I think you should be proud of your government for what they have done towards Tibet, towards taking the seriousness of Tibet, towards preparing and implementing policies, but more importantly, the institutionalizing of Tibet in every institution of Tibet. I have gone round. I have visited many, many institutions since I came here 4 years ago, and I can tell you that many of the institutions are really equipped with the necessary equipment. Remember, it is a skill or a sector that is really capital intensive, and as a result there is need to be getting the equipment, the required equipment, the relevant equipment to make training really relevant to the youth and also to the employers. Many a times we complain about unemployment. Yes, that will never go away, but then, as Prof said this morning, rebranding of Tibet. We make Tibet more attractive. We make Tibet more relevant, so that at the end, the youth, the graduates that are coming out of these institutions would be able to gain employment, whether to find employment or to create employment. Several other countries, like I said before, have taken it seriously in even creating portfolios and ministries to address such. But then making it really strong and relevant and vibrant is one of the issues that I've come across, and this needs to be looked at. The legal and implementation framework, the studied countries indicate the lack of inclusivity. We are always going to talk about that they are being left out. Many a times they are being left out, even if they are in forums and in events of this nature. You see that if they are going to be visible, they would be made less visible, I would say that. They wouldn't really be at the center stage of things, events in general. And if you have been following up events with Atupa, you would realize that we always give them center stage so that their visibilities, their concern are always raised and addressed. So there are some ideas as to how we can make the visibility up and running in open days, in girls' days, giving them scholarships to the marginalized, like I have quoted in some of the instances. This is more of policies again. We talk about the different terminology that are used in addressing women, in addressing gender, and in addressing female, so that we make it less sensitive to the rest, to embrace. It's all about embracing and accepting and taking ownership and seeing partners in development. More elaborations on policies, but in the final analysis, we are saying that policies are required that would be able to embrace, but then embracing is one, because you can be part of the education and training and complete the cycle. Then you will have an issue of attracting employment or gaining employment, but more importantly, staying in employment and growing into employment. This is where we can address the issues. When you have female participation all the way to decision-making level, then the issues will be addressed. But if that is not happening, if we are just talking about attracting and getting into training, getting into enrollment, hiring the figure, so that the number of female students is high, that would not solve the problem. How do we actually make sure that we gain employment, we stay into employment, and we also grow into employment, so that all the issues that we talk about will be addressed? I think that is one missing link that has not been addressed fully, and this is one other thing that we need to also consider. The Continental Strategy for Tibet of the African Union highlights the role of government in reducing gender inequalities and discrimination in Tibet. Again, that has been pronounced. How has it been actualized is another cause for concern. So therefore, I'm saying a paradigm shift is required to ensure equal representation of women and girls across all sectors, because there is a need for this mindset, both at the Tibet institution level and also at the national level. But the reality is there has not been much done towards that. However, the progress that has been made has highlighted potentials that the gender-responsive Tibet reforms have on the ability of the Tibet sector to contribute to economic development, no doubt about that. Therefore, ensuring women's equal and full participation in the labor force, and particularly in non-traditional sectors like STEM, are vital for not just women's economic empowerment, but for the overall participation of sustainable development in Africa. Now, talking about all these issues, And then for Atupa, especially having WITED as its brainchild, what do we do? What can be done to contribute towards really enhancing and addressing the issues? And one is what we have done, revitalizing the WITED chapters. The WITED chapters that have been dormant, because this is where the conversation should start, in the institutions. Number two, to include matters affecting the marginalized groups, like I said, especially those living, those people living in differently. Number three is to collaborate with organizations. I've already mentioned Africa Disability Alliance is one of them that we have been collaborating with. To advocate for specific policies for enrolling women. The policies are missing really greatly. And also to engage the stakeholders, because it's the stakeholders that can drive the journey with us in achieving what our mission is. What is the takeaway? The takeaway is the future is to increase the female participation effectively in technical education and training for resilient and sustainable economy, just like what you have in the main theme. I have a slide that gives us an idea of the spread of Kapa Atupa. Like I said, you have 20 countries, and they are in the south, in the central, in the east, and in the western part of Africa. Since the transformation of Kapa to Atupa, now we are working towards getting the north, that is the Maghreb, the Arab-speaking. We've attracted the French-speaking, and Senegal is the first Francophone country to join us. And I have the pleasure to invite all of you to the first Western Africa Regional Conference that is going to be hosted by Senegal in the beautiful tourist destination city of Saly. And this is holding from the 25th to the 27th of April this year. The theme is going to be on contribution of research and TVET to the development of agro-industry. I've seen one of the part of the departments is agriculture, and all the others I have looked at when I came in today. I was really impressed that there are themes that have already been developed. If you look at the invitation, you'll be able to participate. Now, I just want to make one clarity here that in as much as this is going to be organized for the Western region, there are a lot of opportunities and experiences that could be learned from Senegal. We have visited the country recently and had a tour of the country with the TVET institutions, and we've realized that they are doing a lot of good things that need to be emulated. There is going to be a WITED champion. I take this opportunity again to greet the principals, all the principals that are here, and to thank you for really embracing WITED. I've seen your participation during the last General Assembly of WITED. We are organizing another one, which the date is to be confirmed and then communicated, but this is going to happen this year. Then the annual international conference of Atupa is going to hold in Accra, Ghana. Those of you that were in Victoria Falls in Zimbabwe knew that the hosting rights were received by the Republic of Ghana, which is holding on the 27th of August to the 2nd of September. The theme is being finalized, and I'm sure you will get it by the end of next week. Then there is going to be Eastern African Regional TVET Conference, and this venue is to be confirmed. Most likely it's going to be in Kenya. Kati is in consultation with us, and then the venue would be decided on. So those are the upcoming events from the Atupa end. Asante Nisana, thank you very much for listening.
God bless you. Clap for her. Thank you. Thank you. Mrs. Jaho Sabah Fahal. I hope I've mentioned the way it should be in the Gambian way. We appreciate you very much for that presentation. We know you have sacrificed a lot, as you have stated, coming from a journey. And by evening, you are here. 24 hours travel. Congratulations. It shows the love you have as a TUPA General Secretary, and in this case, when we talk of WITED, it's a passion in you. Thank you so much. Before we invite the next keynote address, we wish to have the SICAN official with us in the Young African Work, just to salute us. Please, Madam Sarah. Mike, where is it?
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, I was not prepared for this, and the invite went to our STA, and apologies, he was not able to make it for today. But I'll just give a brief update of the program, and the next keynote speaker can go ahead to give us his highlights. So my name is Sarah Diba. I am the Partnership Coordinator in charge of Meru and Nyeri region, and I work with Colleges Institute Canada, and this Young Africa Works. It's my honor to be here today before this humble delegates, and I am really glad to be here today. The Young Africa Works, our main focus is on the youth employability through TVET sectors. And it's a 5-year initiative which started in 2020 and will end in the year 2025. Ours is to strengthen the quality and relevance of TVET institutions and also the systems in Kenya. We are working closely with the government officials, and our main funder for the program is MasterCard Foundation. We are working with the Ministry of Education and also private sectors through this Young Africa Works initiative. Our objective is to help the young Kenyan, particularly find dignified, fulfilling work through formal trainings and focus in recognition of prior learning. I am really glad to see many women here who are seated in the front seats. And talking about gender, we support 25 Kenya TVET institutions as a program, 11 national polytechnics, and 15 other leading TVET institutions. And also we have 75 in training institutions we are supporting. These are the VTCs and the TVCs. And Nyandarua National Polytechnic is one of our key Kenyan partners that we are working with. We have Canadian partners who are supporting the program, and we have the thematic partnership, we have the implementing partners, institutional partners, and phase 1 and phase 2. For this and Nyandarua National Polytechnic, it comes under phase 2 program. So for thematic partnerships, we have TVET 01 to TVET 14, and TVET 01, we have Canadian partners and also the Kenyan partners. The Kenyan partners are TVETA, which really focuses on the pre-service and in-service training. TVET 02, we have Canadian partners and also Kenyan partners, which is KNQA, Kenya National on career guidance and mentorship services, as KAM. and they focus on applied research. On TVET 14, we have the Canadian partners working closely with the National Gender Equality Commission, gender, which focus on the gender policies and trainings. We also have our number of implementing partners, which is MEDA, which focuses on the labor market scans. We also have KPA, focusing on life skills and training. They focus on the equipment procurement. We also have BBC Media Action, focusing on the communication and community outreach based on the courses that we are offering, supporting at the institutional level. We also have well-made strategy. They support on the communication, marketing, and outreach services. For the institutional partnership, we have from TVET 16 to TVET 25. So under TVET 16, we have our Canadian partners who are supporting this Kenyan institution. And these Kenyan institutions under this TVET 16 are Eldoret National Polytechnic, Kitale National Polytechnic, Lodwar Vocational Training Center, Baringo Technical College. And at TVET 17, we also have our Canadian partners led by Northwest College. And we TVET 18, we also have our Canadian partner led by Humber College, which focuses on Sigalagala National Polytechnic, Bondo Technical and Vocational College. TVET 19, we also have our Canadian partner, who is the lead, Vancouver Highland University, supporting Keroka Technical Training Institute, Kisii National Polytechnic. I think it will be good for me to mention the names because they are also represented here in the forum. We also have TVET 21, which now Nyandarua National Polytechnic falls under. We have our Canadian partners, CEGEP, which is the lead partner. And under TVET 21, we have Nyandarua National Polytechnic, Konoin Technical Training Institute, and ARVIS, that is Rift Valley Institute of Science and Technology. TVET 22 is where we also have our Canadian partners. The lead is Colleges Communautaires Brunswick. This French language is a bit horrible to pronounce. So for TVET 22, we have. For TVET 23, we are also led by CEGEP, the same Canadian partners. Under this TVET 23, we have Meru National Polytechnic and Mukiria Technical Training Institute. TVET 24, we have the lead Canadian partner, which is College of North Atlantic, and these Kenyan partners are Kabete National Polytechnic, Northeastern National Polytechnic, Masai Mara Technical and Vocational College. The last, we have TVET 25, which is led by Nova Scotia Community College. And under this, we have Weru Technical and Vocational College, Coast Institute of Technology, Kenya Coast National Polytechnic. Those are the institutions that we are supporting under Phase 2 through this Young Africa Works program. For TVET 21, the Nyandarua National Polytechnic, we have Agriculture Extension Level 4 courses. We also focus on Horticulture Production Level 4 and 5, and also Horticulture Processing Level 6. Our main aim is to improve the courses that, the CBET courses within the institution, how they are implemented, be it the courses that are identified to be more of practical and linked to the industries within the country. And we also have an upcoming visits for these trainers, the trainers who are doing training for these particular courses. Sorry. So they have an opportunity to go to Canada. And also we have the principals who are given that chance to go to Canada, but they are yet to go, which will be happening within the course of this year. We expect our Canadian partners to come within the course of the year to support Nyandarua National Polytechnic on the development of course curriculum for horticulture level 4, 5, and 6 this month. This year, which is March, the beginning of March. So that is all what I can say about how we are supporting the programs. And there is also the docket of the research aspect. We have a grant which all these institutions that we are supporting have applied. In fact, there are around 24 who have applied for the grants. And the technical team are in the process of reviewing this. They have not yet finalized, but in the next 2 weeks, they will be able to finalize and give the grant to 10 winning institutions among the 24 who have submitted the applications. So that is what I can say. And mine is just to say thank you so much for the opportunity. And I hope I have not taken a lot of time to just share about the program. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. We clap for her. Thank you very much. Sala Ndimba, what a friend, what a partner. We could not miss to give her that chance. And for this, we are calling upon those who may have questions for both our presenters and our partners, that after we are through the presentations, feel free to ask the questions to them. Why not us being sponsored? I know she'll answer that one. At this point, we want also, before we call the final keynote address or addresser, let us have our sister, also partner from the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, Sister Joanne Buvi, to come and make her presentations. Please.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my name is Joanne Buvi from Kenya Association of Manufacturers. I work as a TVET project assistant and I'm based at Nyeri. Our keynote speakers yesterday, they mentioned something very important that I would want to emphasize on. Okay, first we have a TVET project whereby it's focusing on promoting youth employability through skills development and entrepreneurship trainings. CAM has partnered with different institutions in various regions like Nyeri, Meru, we have Nairobi, we have Coast, and we have the Western region, whereby we have partnered with these institutions for the trainees to undergo the formal training, and after the formal training we usually transition the trainees to jobs whereby we work with industries. We have linked with so many industries whereby we usually place the trainees to jobs through job bazaars. We usually link with them in their transition. And before we transition the trainees to attachment, internships, and jobs, we usually do soft skills training, which was mentioned yesterday. We do this through mentorships whereby trainees are trained on how to express themselves. You find that we have been focusing as institutions, we have been focusing so much on the formal training in school and linking with industries, forgetting the trainees that they have a role to play for them to be successful in life. And so you find that many youths go outside with the wrong attitude, and when you go there out with the wrong attitude, you will never make it in life. You can have the good papers, but without the right attitude, I tell you, you will not make it in life. I think we have all seen cases whereby youths are complaining that there are no jobs. Maybe someone has done a degree in finance, or you have done a degree in civil engineering, and you are doing border jobs. Or maybe you are doing you are burning charcoal and you are saying there are no jobs, while at the same time industries have been complaining that there are no people to hire. So I want to talk to our trainees that you are supposed to have a positive attitude. Life will always treat you the way you approach it when you go there outside. All these people you are seeing here, they did not just wake up to be where they are. It is a process. Talking from the experience that we have had on the ground, you find that you can place a trainee for an attachment in an industry. Some are being chased away from the industries because they are not cooperating. They go to job, and it's about their life. So we really need to mentor these youths when they are going there outside. They need to approach life with the right attitude for them to make it in life. We have also seen cases whereby someone can even not express themselves when they are called for interviews. You know, it's funny, nowadays a young person can sing for you like 10 songs, secular songs, very fluently, but they can't express themselves. You ask them to tell you who they are, but they can't even say who they are or express themselves. But they have smartphones, they can listen to those funny songs, they can even sing fluently, but it's very hard for them to express who they are. It's a challenge that we have. Companies have changed the way they are doing hiring. You can even walk into an interview and without even being asked the first question, you get that job just because of the way you have presented yourself with confidence. And yeah, that impression and expression matters a lot. But nowadays we have seen many youths the way they behave, and it has been a very big challenge. Even when you want to hire someone, you can't. Many of the companies can't give you a job when you don't have experience. And you can call someone. I can call a youth to place them for an attachment or internship or maybe a volunteership, and they are not willing to go for that because they want money. They are not focused about where they are going. And you know, companies have changed the way they are hiring. Nowadays they will advertise for a position, they say they want a volunteer or an intern, and it's not a volunteer, it's a job. But you will not apply because you think you will not be paid, or it's because it's a volunteer position. So you will end up saying that you are jobless, there are no jobs, and you are the one who is not working hard, working smart. So you have to really change your attitude, and I want to urge our institutions, if we can start this mentorship program in our institutions, whereby we can mentor the trainees as they go out there. They at least they have job hunting skills, work readiness skills, soft skills, which are necessary for them to be able to approach the world with a different perspective. We can concentrate too much on the trainings. At the end, someone will have papers, but those papers will be of no use. So we really need mentorship trainings in our institutions. Maybe you can use the trainees who have been successful in their lives, who have undergone in your various institutions, the alumni, and they come up with an initiative whereby they can be talking to the trainees who are at the school, so that they can mentor them, because they already have that experience of how the world there outside it's like, so they can be able to pass that knowledge to the ones who are at the school. Yeah, so that we can change the way we are approaching things the outside for our youth. It's really a challenge, and we are working on that. And through mentorships, we have seen it work in our program. At least we have been able to change many youths, and they are able to approach life with a lot of focus. So I really want to urge you, back in your institutions, just please do something about these young people. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We can clap for Madam Buvi. Thank you so much for your presentation. As now we come to have our last keynote address for the day, we appreciate them that has already presented to us today. Madam Fall, Nyandarua National Polytechnic happened to have or attend your annual conference in Zimbabwe, and we had 4 delegates there, starting with our chief principal and 3 other trainers. And you can see how we love you, and we love that, work that you do. And we appreciate all our partners because that is why you are here with us. Thank you so much. Now, we come to the point where we call our final for the day, note address or addresser. And in this case, I'm privileged and humbled to invite our keynote officer to present to us. Our speaker this afternoon is none other but our very able professor. In this case, I wish to give the achievement of our professor as our friend. Professor Kisiru M. Kitainge is a PhD professor in applied learning, TVET, of which this is an TVET Loyal Melbourne Institute of Technology, RMIT, Melbourne, Australia. He has an MP Philosophy and B.Ed Technology Education First Class Honors. Kisiru Kitainge, PhD, is the Director, Industrial Linkages, Partnership and Collaborations at University of Eldoret. He is also a Chairman Governing Council in Kisii National Polytechnic. He holds a PhD on competence-based training at Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology, RMIT University, Melbourne, Australia. He has also been a senior lecturer at the University of Eldoret in the Department of Technology Education. He was sorry for that. I believe it's the weed that is brewing out there, and I hope it will not find us. We may continue. He still was a lecturer at the Box Hill Institute of Technical and Further Education, TAF, in Melbourne, Australia, in the Department of Automotive and Transport and Evaluation Research on Technology Education at Moi University in Kenya. Professor Kisiru Kitainge currently is also a member of the Presidential Working Committee, which is dealing with the new curriculum that we are implementing. Professor Kisiru Kitainge, PhD applied. He is the Director, Industrial Linkages, Partnership and Collaborations at Moi University of Eldoret. What a keynote speaker. May we join our hands to welcome Professor. Please welcome Professor. Let's keep clapping until he's on the podium. Yes, thank you. Welcome, Professor. He looks very serious, but I tell you, he's a very entertaining professor. Welcome, Professor.
The Chair of Council, Nyandarua National Polytechnic, and other members of Council, all delegates who are present today, I'm humbled to stand before you. Hamjambo. We have an MC who can really paint you, but it's okay. Thank you. I stand before you to present, I think the selection of colors is not fitting very well due to the lighting, to present just a speech. It's not a paper, and the aim is to enlighten us to wonder where our space and what space we occupy in the TVET area. It is TVET as a key driver for the industrialization process, and I'll be looking at how we can manage the sustainability by having TVET that is green. Next slide, or I manage it myself. Okay, thank you. My proposed order of presentation, because I've been introduced, although he has said so many things, when I sit in the Presidential Working Party, I represent TVET. That is what I can mention in this conference. I was incorporated to be in that party for the sake of making TVET the way we want it. I represent you, and I don't go with my own views. I go with what you give me. At Kisii National Polytechnic, we are striving to become what Nyandarua is, and I hope Nyandarua will also strive to become what Kisii is. I've been there for the last 3 years as chairman of council, and believe you me, there's so much we can do in this space of TVET. I have no doubt this council and the members who are here, we are going to move and achieve. TVET is my first area I want to briefly touch. Then I go to industrialization, then TVET. Broad description of TVET. Then after that, sustainable development, and then briefly run through the SDGs, looking for the space of TVET in the SDGs. SDGs, looking for the space of TVET in the SDGs. So, if I could start, industrialization is about transforming economies of nations to move from rudiment means of production to more mechanized means of production. That's what I would say. Moving from systems that are not efficient, that are not effective, to systems that are more effective and efficient. So, as we move, we need labor that appreciates that movement, labor that is able to cope with the demand. And TVET plays a great role. I'll still define TVET because it's misunderstood by many. There are a combination of factors that drive industrialization. Some of them policy, and I know we are here as policymakers in our own spaces. At whatever level, what you do informs policy. Labor-related matters. For example, the skills that we need, and that selling, that exposing, that creation of need, the entrepreneurial spirit, that comes with the need for us to appreciate demands and for goods and services as a need that we should fulfill. So it has the industrialization need has a profound implications for the population. And when I mention population, because I may forget this point, remember every year we are giving out 3/4 of our Form 4 leavers to either TVET or to the world without a trace. 3/4 of what we give from Form 4, universities are taking a quarter, and the rest, which is 3/4, either find themselves in TVET institutions or are nowhere to be traced. And these are the people who are going to develop and work on our systems for our lives. I'm not sure if those of you who are driving here took time to find out who was driving the car ahead of you, who was driving the car behind you, who was driving the car beside you. When you stopped somewhere to eat food, I don't know whether you checked who had made the food. Did you inquire for the papers of the cook? I think we all took tea. Who made our tea? We are all very smart, that I can see from here. Who made my coat? Who made your coat? Which university did they come from? We are all comfortable and trusting that these pillars are well done. Because the engineer drew them, but who mixed the concrete? Who mixed the concrete? And we are comfortable. Nobody is wondering whether this building is safe or not safe, because whoever did it was perfect. This is the people who disappear out of our systems. They are the ones who finally find themselves on our tables. They find themselves in our buildings. They find themselves in our dress. They find themselves when they are making our hair, when they are shaving us, when they are... See, these are our people. Who made your hair? So, when we compare life, is it the quarter which goes to the university, or majority of the life is with the other 3/4? How many times do you interact with the graduate at the level of the graduateness? We live life down here and go to other specialized attributes. Other specialized attributes. So here we are saying it has implications to populations. It has implications to populations. And I'll move fast. Industrialization is transformation. I had mentioned that, I don't need to repeat. Let me go to the green economy. Green economy. As we transform our systems, we need to transform them in a sustainable way. You may forget everything else. You don't need to read all that. But green is about sustainability. Green is about models that prioritize our success towards social equity, reducing environmental risks, and ecological scarcities. Green is about systems that foster social and environmental sustainability. So what is the role of TVET in this sustainable development? What is the role of TVET in this green economy? Before we talk about TVET, many people misunderstand TVET, by the way, and I hope some are not in this room. Okay, I believe none of them is in this room. Let me change my statement. I believe none of the people misunderstand TVET are in this room, because for the time that I've been here, I've realized we are all TVET converted. It's about the study of technologies and related sciences. Majority of us think TVET to be technical. And that's why, I don't know whether to say this, the babies of TVET are in the business of fighting for space. Oh, you belong more, I belong more. You should have this more than we should have that more. I don't know whether you are aware of those debates. Ziko Kuna, what is the percentage? What are the percentages of these? Because this is the spectrum of TVET. TVET is technical, vocational education and training. Under technical, we have the mechanical disciplines, the building disciplines, the power mechanics, the computers, the electricals, the plant, name them. Under business, and I'm not exhaustive, business is number 2 in TVET. So there's no way a baby of TVET will be told by the others not to belong. There is no way a baby of TVET shall be told by the others not to belong. I know you have questions. Health is TVET. Chair is here. In the practice of health-related disciplines, there is a lot of technical. There is a lot of TVET. The facilities, because I don't think production of oxygen is health, but oxygen is required. The other one is ICT and computer related. And finally, agriculture, where I've only said production and processing. Production takes us back to the downstream, and processing up to and including the balancing of what we put into our mouths, what we eat. And those who lived earlier than us said, we are what we eat. Okay, you are what you eat. Let me say, you are what you eat. So I am. You are. Okay. So, I've gone back. I should go forward. Sustainable Development Goals. There are 17 of them. And TVET must find space in all, or TVET has space in all, according to me. It is just a matter of us to understand our space and work within the confines to develop the sustainable goals. I know you know them, so I'll not be explaining what the goal is all about, but I'll be looking at the space of TVET in the goal. The goals are supposed to be taking us to a desired point by 2030, which is 6 years to go. And I still ask the question, do we think, in our opinion, we are in the right positioning so that by 2030 we have achieved the goal? Or how do we hasten our steps? These goals are integrated. And for you today to get something to take home, my definition of TVET is the integrated life systems. TVET equals integrated life systems. That's all. TVET is integrated life systems. When you sleep, it's part of your life. There is a TVET artifact with you at that moment. What are the artifacts? Kuna manguo, kuna mattress, kuna vitanda, kuna nyumba. So generally, in every aspect of your life, you move with the integration of TVET. Even when you dress smartly and you have shoes, shoes come from those who are producing leather, Machakos shoes, good clothing, textiles, good food. I mean, every life aspect has TVET in it. So we only need to do our TVET life systems in an integrated manner and appreciate each other and respect ourselves, because there is nobody who can increase your perceived self-worth. And I want to repeat, nobody may increase your perceived, which is from you. Your perceived self-worth can only be increased by you. The song has been sung that TVET is for failures. By the way, I'm in TVET, I studied TVET, I work TVET, and I'm not a failure. How I wish everybody would say that. How I wish everybody would say that. I'm in TVET, I live TVET, and I'm not a failure. Nyambune, nimekuona. So the SDGs are designed to end poverty, hunger, HIV and AIDS, discrimination against women. And I like what she presented. A lot about demographics show that we are not giving the other gender, as men, we've not been able to allow our sisters to operate at our level, or our sisters have not operated at our level without us, which means we are not the cause, or what has made us to be different? Why are we not participating in TVET spheres at comparable levels? That is what she was presenting. We still have space for improvement of our sisters, and that does not mean that we remove men. No. We only need to improve the gender that is below so that we come equal. There are things that they will do better than we do as men. Let me talk as a man now. And there are things that we shall do better than they do. But there's one thing. We all need each other. And the world will be better off if we cooperated than appeared to compete over anything. Reduction of poverty, hunger, because hunger has no gender. Poverty has no gender. Or do you think poverty is male? That's why it oppresses women more. Or poverty is women, that is why it is not gendered. So for this sustainability, my focus is about the creativity. And we have so much creativity in our TVET institutions. We have so much creativity out of school, out of TVET institutions, out there in the marketplace. And it is the business of us in the TVET space to harness that and make it that which is. To harness that and make it that which is. You go to a construction site and you'll see people innovating in the mechanical area to make their work easy. You go to a construction site and you see people innovating in the electrical systems to make work easy, and it works. So generally, TVET has a role of promoting creativity, know-how, technology, for us to achieve the SDGs. So goal number 1 of the SDGs is about poverty. Goal number 1 is about poverty, that we need to reduce poverty, and we have a large population of us who are poor. There is no joy in having a neighbor who is poor. There is no joy in being poor anyway, irrespective of who is poor. So what is the space of TVET in removing this poverty? Our systems are working towards promoting poverty. And I began by saying 1/4 is paid for to progress in the other systems of life, while 3/4 is left to go and fend for themselves, or to join TVET, or even to stay at home and nobody cares. And when they finally find space, they come and play the critical role in our lives. Poverty should be eliminated by us implementing systems that are against poverty. And TVET has a role to play in that. Second one is about zero hunger. They are related. Poverty and hunger are related. You are poor, you can't eat. You can't eat what is right. You can't get that which is right. You can't produce it. You can't make it. Zero hunger means, therefore, other systems. I told you TVET is life, integrated life systems. When you are hungry, you cannot be healthy. When you have not eaten the right foods, you can't be healthy. When you've not eaten the right foods, you can't be happy. When you've not eaten, you can't, your movement is limited. It is integrated into our life in a way that, therefore, we must reduce hunger. Number 2 is still continued. And we are saying for us to reduce hunger, we need to double, triple, make 4 times our agricultural production. When I landed here, I saw a national polytechnic that is well endowed with land and very good spaces for agriculture. And I believe you must be the leading institution in agricultural production in this country in terms of the national police. I know them. You should be the leaders in agriculture. You should be the best in agriculture. You have animals that I'm aware. You have very good yields, which I saw. You have produced very clean potatoes. So we don't need to go anywhere else. We don't need to go anywhere to get the best chips, to get the best food. So the space for TVET in reducing hunger is very clear. But we must improve our systems towards industrialization. We do agriculture in a way that promotes efficient and effective ways of production and processing of agricultural outputs. And that is where we need to come in. As a TVET institution, or as TVET practitioners, we need to look at downstream. How do we produce? How do we add value to what we produce? How do we sustain it? How do we continue producing even when the rains have not come? If we have to get water to do irrigation, that is TVET. Getting the water, piping it, pumping it, that is TVET for reduction of hunger. And as Nyandarua National Polytechnic, and I need you to reflect and go back home where you came from, there is a resource that you can utilize to make agricultural production better. Let us utilize that kind of systems. We do things that add value. The next goal, number 3, is about good health. Good health. I highlighted, I know the good health is so much: reduce maternal mortality, prevent newborn child death, and all that, but I've highlighted halt traffic-related deaths. It was not a mistake that they put traffic-related deaths under good health. Who are the mechanics? Are they doctors? Where do we get them from? TVET. So when TVET collapses or systems in TVET are not working, they will finally affect what is happening in the hospital. Instead of dealing with the real problem, we deal with problems that are created by our ineffectiveness in the TVET system. Some of the deaths that we go through: reduce premature mortality. Premature mortality, you die because you couldn't get that and that. You die because you never ate the right food. You die because you are exposed to different, hukuvaa manguo vizuri, hata kuvaa the right clothing to protect yourself from, by the way, huku kuna baridi. So you need to dress appropriately. Even we die because we produce poorly. We pollute the environment. We inhale the wrong air. Number 4 is about quality education. Quality education. The goal ensures inclusive and equitable quality education that promotes lifelong learning for all. Let's go down to Kenya. Do we have all people involved in lifelong learning? Are we learning? Are we acquiring additional information beyond? Are we acquiring additional ways of thinking beyond? Because academic death. I don't know whether it's academic death or death comes when you stop learning. Death comes when you, so if you are not learning and dead, you might be a moving person, but as long as you are not learning, how do we provide that space? The other day we were doing analysis of TVET institutions. We are 152,000 over enrollment based on our capacity. But TVET institutions are overstretched. We got that data from the ministry, that we still need additional institutions of TVET. Because our enrollment currently is about 500,000, which is what we produce per year for TVET. Yet the totality, the totality of our enrollment is not equal to 1 year's expected numbers. We have space to increase. We have not increased. We need those who give us resources. We need ourselves to participate in increasing the space for access in TVET. We are not going to segregate 3/4 of our nation and say we are developing. There is no way we shall develop without that team which doesn't fit anywhere. Because finally, they will have to eat, and if we never made their life better for eating, they will eat anyway. From those who have, they'll come for it. They will come. So we are better off moving as a nation. We improve the space for everybody so that everybody is able to get the $1.25 plus so that they are comfortable and we are all comfortable as a nation. The quality of what we provide in these institutions must also be checked. Let's endeavor to give that which is current. Let's endeavor to give that which is current. Let's endeavor not to leave anybody behind, because it will still come back to me. It will still come back to you. Whichever way we go, we churn them out as failures, we are the ones who have failed. We call them failures, we have failed. They will still find space to live. Let us provide it in good time. The next goal, and I think I should hasten my presentation, is about clean water and sanitation. Clean water and sanitation. Is that TVET? Production of the water, the piping of the water, the distribution, even the purification of the water, that is applied sciences. Digging of the wells and all that, that's mechanical. Piping, that is building and construction, that is plumbing. What is not TVET? It's all TVET. And we need, so the space for clean water is there. Do we have people without clean water in this country? Do we have people without clean water in Africa? Yes? They are there. So there's no way we are going to achieve clean water and sanitation without systems of TVET that are able to provide that. The next one is affordable and clean energy. Affordable and clean energy. We have tried as a country to connect everybody to the grid. We have tried as a country to encourage those who cannot be connected to the grid to go solar. But what is our uptake of solar, for example? Yet it is more cost effective than hii ya kuchajiwa kila mwezi. Solar systems, they began when they were very high. I hope we all know that now the cost of solar installation and even the initial cost is very low. It's less than 6,500 shillings per 100. watts. That solar is very low now. And the sun is available in almost all the places in this country. Why have we not gone solar? Where do we have our demonstration spaces for solar? In this place, we should have a place where solar energies are. I will stop. You don't even need to. I'll stop. But the thinking I want us to have is, let us see the totality of our life systems with regard to TVET. TVET is all we have. And the more we throw it to the sides, the more we continue suffering because we've not put our value where the value is. So I'll go straight to the rest without explaining. Number 7 is affordable. Number 8 is decent work. We need everybody to work. Decent work and economic growth, TVET is involved. Number 9 is industry, innovation and infrastructure. TVET is involved. Number 10 is reduced inequalities. You know, we create systems that do not allow equality. You have seen it, I know, that interview panel which tells everybody for you to be hired, you must climb that tree. Can we all fly to climb trees? Or there are some of us who crawl, or there are some of us who swim, or there are some of us who do other things. Let's have diversity and appreciate all. Number 11 is sustainable. Sustainable, I can't read that, but it's okay. Cities and communities. Who is building for us? Sustainable cities and communities. Who is building for us? How are we developing? People are moving to cities to do houses that are not habitable in the name of slums. How can we improve where people live? Because where you live tells us about your quality of life. The other one is responsible consumptions and production. Responsible consumption and production. Whatever we produce, let's go downstream and upstream. When you are producing, yes, you may get the output, but how is it? What are your byproducts? Where are they going? Whatever you eat, when you eat it, after that, where do you take the rest? Production, consumption and production must be responsible. Number 13 is about climate action, which is aimed at reducing the effects of climate change on us. We are saying that we have drought because we have carbon. We have carbon because we produced. We produced because we needed. How can we intervene in the systems? How can we intervene so that we achieve a climate in the world that is sustainable? TVET will do that. We improve on our efficiencies. We improve on our effectiveness. Finally, life below water. Those of you who have gone swimming, those of us who have gone swimming, huko Mombasa, you realize that as you swim, you find water bottles and you wonder. The other day I was in Juba, and you know the Nile passes through Juba. And some people are now throwing their waste into the river so that it is taken away. It has moved out of your sight, but it's going somewhere. They put it in bags, put it in the river so that it goes upstream. But do you know where it is going? It will affect lives of fish, lives of what we eat, lives of the people down there. So let's be responsible in all we do. And finally, so this is about life on land where we are right now. I don't have to say because we have seen things happen which can be improved through it. Then the other one is about peace, justice, and strong institutions. We shall only promote peace when we all have. A neighbor who is angry is not a friendly neighbor. Peace can be achieved when resources are available. How do we get resources available? When there's space for somebody to participate in the economy. Let's strive towards that. And number 17 is partnerships, like what we are doing. We are learning from each other. Partnerships is knowing that you are not an island. And by the way, the economy of a nation is equal to the average of all. Whether you are above average or below average, the economy that you enjoy is what everybody else has. When I don't have and you have, you will soon either come to my direction or I'll soon come to your direction. So what am I saying? TVET in its 5 domains is the key driver towards sustainable industrialization. Thank you and sorry for taking your time.
Please don't move away. We ask our sister Faal to join you so that we have at least 3 questions or at most 3 questions before we break. And our sister Duba from the industrial or manufacturers, please join them. Duvi, sister Duvi, please. Have seats, then only 3 questions, but if you have a burning, we can add the 4th one. Any question, please? Mic to them. Mic.
So good afternoon. I'm Elijah. My question is directed to Professor Kitenge. I just was wondering, comparing Kenya and African countries and with the Asian tigers, the Malaysian, I think, and Singapore and other countries, they got industrialization through the TVET. It played a very critical role. In Kenya, we have had several reforms since around 2012 on TVET, but we still seem to be crawling in terms of industrialization. So what is it that we are not doing that the Asian tigers did, and what we should be doing so that we can achieve this? Thank you.
Yes, researchers, thank you for that chance. I would like to, my question is just general to all the presenters. I've seen you are all talking about TVET. And as per my research, I've walked around institutes and found that what you are just talking, in most, they are not in practical. Like say, finding a lab without enough equipment, and most of the trainers were taught the content-based. And also,
Please go direct to your question. We don't have much time, please.
Yes.
Don't explain, just go direct to the question.
I'm finishing.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm finishing. This what do you call it? This STEM needs money. What have you prepared for the solution of the emerging issues? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. My question goes to our SecGen. Thank you, Mama, for your presentation. And thank you, because Weighted is really represented well in this Polytechnic. Thank you very much. I want to just find out how much are we advocating for the girl child from our lower levels, that is the primary to secondary school, because we're really advocating this at this level, and we have Weighted that can also be advocated at the primary, and the primary levels, what we are calling junior secondaries. So that at least by the time we are getting to this level, these are able to get the STEM courses, and they are able to understand the whole concept of STEM. So I don't know what are the plans or the policies advocating for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Coordinator Research Nyandarua National Polytechnic. Please ask your question. Let's be brief.
Okay, good afternoon. So I'm asking, my question is directed to the Secretary General Atupa. So I'm asking, have you considered in the early stages of development of children, you see that the boy child is more interested in the mechanical than dynamics, yet the little ones, when they are exposed to the same conditions, they usually like the likely about hospitalities, the activities related to such. So do you expect to have all equality in the STEM and the other hospitality related courses?
Thank you. Somebody is the other? Okay.
Yeah. Sorry. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, my name is Engineer Matoke. I've just come in after having gone around a few items. I haven't been around. But interestingly, I've got on the renewable energy, which is the solar energy, as the last presenter was putting it. Actually, the biggest problem we have for the renewable energy that is in abundance is the storage facilities, meaning that we should work so hard so that the massive energy, the solar energy, we have a proper storage capacity. And then even the rain, when it rains, you see a lot of water goes to waste. Now, interestingly again, you have said the solar is cheap. It's actually going up. Solar energy is very expensive. A panel to push water from the borehole, one panel can cost up to 25,000. So it is also rising. Actually, with the introduction of the VAT, you know, some facilities, some items were not having VAT, but now it is rising. So the main area we should look into seriously is on the storage capacity of the massive energy. Now, also, I had one of the panelists here say that we are having a problem with the TVET, that what we are doing is not actually practical. The biggest problem is that we are not producing the technologists who will be able to operationalize the science as born out of the research, so that we have the products. The science turned into products. Thank you.
Professor, there are two questions. One is about the cost. No, you will answer them all. And the other one is about the what? The final question is about. You have noted it. Thank you.
Thank you. My question goes to the Secretary Atupa. We have been participating in the virtual program of Atupa, and this time round we don't know whether it is fully virtual or physical. And those who have the papers to present, will they have an opportunity to present virtually in our institution? Thank you.
Thank you. One more here, and then maybe we give them a chance to respond. Please.
Thank you. My name is Otara Oreti. I'm the President of Heroes Technical College. My question is to...
You come a bit. They're not seeing who is asking the question.
My question goes to this lady who you didn't ask to come.
Saikan, please get to the front. I'm sorry. This is your question.
Yes.
She'll just respond. I'm sorry for that.
The question is, in our presentations, she's talked of collaborations and partnerships with big institutions, national polytechnics, and institutes which are relatively big. And we know that Young African Works has been around for the last, is it 3 or 4 years now? And this was formerly the KFEP, which transformed itself. And the basis was to transform, to get an entry so that it can be rolled nationally to all institutions. What are you doing to bring on board smaller institutions, the technical and vocational college, which also are looking forward to these collaborations? Thank you.
Thank you. You may have now her start to answer, then we go back to the podium. Sister Sarah, you are the one to start.
Thank you for your question. Thank you for I think I mentioned the number of the institutions that we are working with, from 11 national polytechnics and 26 TTIs, and also we also have 75 mentee institutions. Previously we were working with the KEFE program. Our KEFE program supported only 10 national polytechnics. But when Young Africa Works came, we increased the number from 10 national polytechnics. It became 11 national polytechnics. And we went down to TTI's, Technical Training Institute. And from Technical Training Institute, we also increased the TVET, the Vocational Training Institute, which we are having 75 mentee institutions. So I think as the program goes, we are increasing in terms of outreach to this TVET institution, and probably after the other phase coming, once the next phase will come, then the program will increase its rollout. That's what I can say as of now. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Sarah. I think that the principals in their meeting can also engage and find out how to engage with the SICAN and others, please, for comfortable inclusion. Let's have the podium, or the officers in front, the speakers, please present the answers to their questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, moderator. Let me just start off with the last question. I think this was the issue of Atupa holding virtual events in the past, and whether we are going to revert to the physical events. I think this had been done since last year. The Victoria Falls, Zimbabwe event last year was majorly physical. It was only the presenters. We had some few presenters that could not travel, and as a result, they presented virtually, but otherwise it was physical. So your answer is yes, we have now resumed to fully physical events. There was another one on, I'm not sure, but I think it was more of saying, the one that mentioned hospitality. I think it's like having the balance tilted more onto what we used to call soft skills before, but they are like more of non-male dominant courses, if I got it right. And you have more female into those non-male dominant fields, especially in hospitality. If I got that right, if not, kindly rephrase.
Yes, he was saying that at the lower child growth, they do not take science-related subjects or courses.
Yeah,
what is being done so that when they now come to this level.
I was going to link that to my sister's question, because that is what my sister asked. So I was just going to make a mention of that. But then, really, as you know, we advocate for early childhood development TVET programs. And even before early childhood development, we start from the household level. You know, when we play with our children and encourage them to do more of, you know, if it is a girl child, what you should be playing with, and then if you are a male child, what you should be playing with the toys, sort of. And that is actually what we proceed on to the early childhood development. So many governments are really working into encouraging TVET-related sort of subjects and modules at that very stage for children to be playing with things that are of technical related. So it starts from there, because as we grow, and you can see that when we come to the secondary institutional level, this is where we have the drop. So when they progress onto the tertiary level, this is where you see the drop from the sciences, especially, you know, going now to purely TVET at tertiary. So the journey starts really from the household to early childhood development, and if that is done, really, I'm sure the number of enrollment, especially with the female, will grow. But it starts there, knowing that the feeder comes right from there. There was another one on resource sharing. We all know, and I mentioned that in my presentation, that TVET is capital intensive, and therefore if we want to make it relevant to the labor market, then it means we have to give relevant equipment and facilities for the training, so that the training that we offer would be relevant to what the job market requires. And as a result, we have this challenge of job and resource sharing. One thing that we do at Atupa is those institutions, those member institutions that are financially and how do I call it, facility strong, they've got the muscles, they always partner with those that are none or those that are of less endowed. And we share resources, whether it is by faculty or by student exchange programs, but we encourage a lot of that, including some research work that is also done. And technology has made it easy. Even laboratory facilities you can now share, virtually. So that's what we do to really encourage and make TVET relevant. Otherwise, it's a big challenge, and it continues to be a challenge. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The Asian Tigers. I will attempt to answer that question this way, that development is not an event, it is a process. So generally, look back from the time we have put emphasis on TVET, which is not more than 10 years. In the last 10 years is when we've seen a lot of activity in the TVET sphere, and that might explain why we have also seen improvement in our lives. I believe we had neglected that which counts. And I'm saying we, you and I and everybody else, we had neglected that which counts. We are getting back there. It is a process that will not give us results today, but gradually we are getting there. So let's persist. Let's continue in the trajectory that we are in, and surely we shall achieve. And for us to achieve, let's remember that industry is not the Toyota Kenya that we know. Industry is not the Bamburi that we have. Go to this town, the nearest town here, you'll see people changing items to something valuable. There are people who are doing industrial work in small scale, and that is what will, in totality, will put us to the next level. As we continue hoping that the medium and small and the other enterprises will grow to the next level. But if we think of industry as being the Toyota Kenya manufacturing, we will lose it, because in my opinion, they do not have capacity to absorb us. When you look at employment statistics in Kenya, 80%, 90% of our people working are not in the major production institutions. They are in the micro and the medium scale levels. And that's where we need to put our energies to, so that everybody finds something useful to do. We find something useful for everybody to do. And instead of us removing the entrepreneurs who come to the city in the evening to sell what they do, I wish you could have, this is off your question, we could have dedicated streets for the business in the evening. We say from 7 to 9, this street, which is not very popular with cars, is going to be used by so that we give everybody a chance. Because when we chase away the fruit vendor, that mama who is only selling tomatoes, and you are the person buying, where do we want her to go? That is one way. So let's think of industry as being, and the direction we've taken will surely take us where we are going. My brother engineer Matoke, I appreciate the fact that initial cost for solar is high, but I'm also aware that solar will solve most of our problems that we have with regard to electricity. I am doing a demonstration. I can't say I'm producing. I'm doing a demonstration where I have installed 3 panels And this is practical. I can even show you pictures of what I'm doing. 3 panels of 200 watts each, next to a shallow well, which can be dug in this stream down here. A shallow well of about 50. Can we go 50 feet without getting water down here? We shall get water. So if we can get water here from that shallow well, and we put 3 panels of 200 watts, and we install that the pumping is done during the day when the sun is there, we don't need to store that energy. We are busy pumping water during the day, and we irrigate our systems in the evening. I'm sure that can change a life. I'm doing it, and I do not have a battery. I only connect the panels because where I live, by 9 o'clock the sun is good enough. All the way up to around 5. That is enough time to supply me with water. And once I do that, I put the water in a storage, and it will serve me for irrigation, for any other use. While we are doing the applied sciences, people should also be working on the storage systems for the power. The applied sciences people should be doing research on batteries so that we can also now pump that water in the evening. Let's try it. And I challenge every national institution here to have a demonstration situation of every type of innovation. I challenge Nyandarua to do a shallow well down there, to pump that water, come here, irrigate the systems, so that now the young men and boys, young boys and girls of this area can come in through the other gate. They come and see, they go and replicate out there, and you'll have changed the lives of young people. I'm not saying they come to learn. Let them come in through the gate and they go out. That way we are going to multiply that effect out there, and it will work. It is possible, it's doable. This place has a lot of waru. We have a way of preserving our potatoes so that they are not in bad shape as before they reach Nairobi. We have a way of adding value so that we make other things made in Nyandarua, crisps. In Kisii, we started, I shouldn't talk about this, should I? Okay. Value addition, Yandizi, because that's our local industry. I'm saying where you are, there's something that you can do. Wherever you, don't come and copy about potatoes. Yes, you don't produce potatoes where you are. Go specific to the region where you are, and you will not go wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Manufacturers, yeah.
Just an addition of what I had talked, I forgot to mention something very important about innovations. This year of 2023, CAM is committed to link 10 institutions to link 10 training institutions to industry for innovation commercialization, and then to also link at least 50 TVET and university graduates innovations to industry for commercialization. This is an answer of our yesterday's discussions, but there is usually a process of application which I can share when I get back to the office. So maybe I don't know how I will link up with the different institutions.
I wish they leave the address with the coordinator research, Nyandarua National Polytechnic, and when you send to her, she can disseminate to the various institutions.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentations. Maybe, thank you. You can get back to your seats, please. As we are coming to the close of this presentation from the keynote speakers, and I would ask Kurui, Faith Kurui, you around? Please, as you prepare to come for just appreciating our key speakers and praying for lunch, I would only want to mention what we have tomorrow. Tomorrow will be rather a busy day. we ask all of us to be here quite early because our chief guest will be here also quite early and want to leave a bit early too. And I believe through our chief principal that by 12 noon we ought to be closing or to have completed the closure. And so we urge that we have 3 presenters tomorrow. We start by 8. So we urge ourselves to be here quite early, please, so that we start by 8 and by 12 we can close. The leftover sleep, you can now sleep later in the afternoon. We urge you to do that. At this point, after this, as you can see, there are so many questions. We have not completed all of them. We need another conference in Nyandarua National Polytechnic. I hope our chief principal and the council chair can note that. Now it's already 2:15. We ought to have completed by 1. But the questions are not yet through. We have just cut them short. So please, we need another conference soon if possible to satisfy the needs and also to look for solutions to questions and issues at hand. As we come to the closure of this session, we go for lunch for the chief guest and the keynote address to where we took our tea, other members where we took our tea before 10 o'clock, the students, the trainers also in the rooms that we also did take our tea. Why the conference? In a conference, one, we disseminate research findings to create awareness and to create curiosity. In a conference, we engage and interrogate various ideas. In a conference, we visualize, conceptualize ideas, concepts, innovations, and products or prototypes. In a conference, we interact with great issues and dig out for solutions through questions and answers. In a conference, we meet with the mighty, the high, the lowly, but great minds. In a conference, we meet and interact with the risk takers. In a conference, we meet with manufacturers, industrialists, and potential industrialists, among other issues. In Nyandarua National Polytechnic, we are appreciating each one of you to have made your time that you and we in Nyandarua National Polytechnic, we can meet these objectives. Thank you so much. Sister Kurui, please appreciate our keynote speakers and pray for our lunch. And after this, we go, we take 40 minutes. By 2:45, we go for the breakout rooms and presentations where we expect today to exhaust all the presentations. So we ask the presenters, whoever are there for the presentations, please don't be in a hurry to leave by the evening because we need to exhaust all the breakout rooms presentations. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, the Master of Ceremony. So my name is Faith, and I would like to appreciate our keynote speakers. First of all, I'll start from Madam SG, Mrs. Jahufal from Atupa. Thank you for that presentation. Thank you for highlighting contribution of Atupa to TVET institutions, and particularly in Kenya, and also on bringing about the issue of WITED, about the issue of women or girls who are pursuing STEM courses. Much appreciation. And Nyandarua being in Mount Kenya region, I want to believe that the boy child has been neglected. So next time we have another program, try and see how to support this boy child in Mount Kenya region. Yeah. So next is Professor Kitainge. Thanks a lot, Professor, for your presentation about the role of TVET and how TVET has improved the life of youths in Kenya. Thanks a lot for that presentation. For Madam from Kenya Association of Manufacturers, thank you. We appreciate your speech. Thanks a lot. Fatuma from CICAN, thanks a lot for giving us that contribution of how CICAN are supporting Kenyan TVET institutions, and we pray that may you continue supporting more TVET institutions in Kenya. So, as a way of appreciating all those speakers of ours, I believe that this is month of February, and it is month of love, so maybe we can stand, we pick some flowers, we'll go like this, we pick blue, red, we keep them together and we give them to our speakers. So we'll do thrice. So let's pick those flowers. Let's have blue, red, yellow, then we put them together and we give them. Thank you. Another one, please. Then together we give them. Thank you for that. So let's pray for lunch. Let's pray. Mighty and everlasting Father, we come before thee this afternoon, Jehovah. We want to pray, God. We want to give you thanks because of the fact that you've brought us in this conference. King of all the glory, we want to pray for the lunch which is before us. I pray that may you bless it before and after we've taken it in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you very much. Unless our chief principal has something, we can break for lunch. Thank you. Let's break for lunch. By 3, we meet in our breakout rooms. The breakout rooms are from where we are taking lunch upstairs, and others will come into this plenary hall. Thank you very much. Welcome into the presentations in the breakout rooms.